I decided to get away after the breakup. We had been together for 4 years, and it ended suddenly without warning. No cheating, no yelling, just a long stretch of silence and growing distance that neither of us knew how to fix. I moved my things out of her apartment in Denver, packed my clothes into the back of my SUV, and drove west toward the Rockies. I didn't have a clear plan, but I needed space, physical and mental. I remembered an old coworker had told me once about a cabin he'd rented up near Steamboat Springs. It was high up, close to the tree line, quiet, and out of range of cell towers. I found the same listing online after a bit of searching. The owner didn't ask many questions. I paid for a week up front, and he emailed me the code to the lockbox. That was that. It was late October when I made the drive. The roads were still open, but the trees had dropped their leaves, and the wind had that thin, sharp edge that meant snow wasn't far off. The air was dry, and the landscape got more empty with each mile. Once I turned off the highway and followed the dirt road for nearly 40 minutes. I felt like I was driving into a different world, colder one. The cabin sat on a ridge above a small valley, surrounded by pine trees and brush. It looked solid, nothing fancy, just square timber walls and a metal roof. There was a stack of chopped wood beside the front door and a narrow chimney at the back. It had a porch with a railing and a few steps that creaked when I climbed them. The lockbox gave me a little trouble, but eventually, I got the door open and walked into the still air of the cabin. Inside was exactly what I hoped for. A single room with a bed in one corner, a wood stove in the center, a small kitchen area, and a table beside the only window. There was a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet and a shower that ran off a gravity tank, which I had to fill myself. The tap water came from a nearby stream, filtered through a ceramic system under the sink. There was no electricity, just a few lanterns, and the only heat came from the wood stove. I didn't mind. I wasn't looking for comfort. I wanted quiet. That first night, I built a fire with the dry wood stacked inside. The warmth filled the room slowly. I made a cup of coffee on the propane stove and sat at the table staring out the window as the light disappeared behind the trees. Darkness settled in fast and heavy. I felt more alone than I had in years, but also strangely calm. There was nothing left to do but sleep. The next few days passed in slow, quiet hours. I hiked during the day, following faint animal trails along ridgelines and down into the valleys. I kept my phone off. I didn't bring any books. I just walked, breathed, and listened to the cold wind blow through the trees. It felt like my brain had been underwater for months, and now I was surfacing. On the 4th day, the snow started. It wasn't heavy at first, just flurries drifting down from a flat sky. But by evening, the trees were coated, and the ground crunched under my boots. I went to bed early, thinking it would pass by morning. Didn't. When I woke up, the windows were frosted over. The fire had gone out in the night, and I could see my breath. I pulled on my coat and stepped outside. The world was white and silent. At least 10 inches of snow had fallen, and it was still coming down. Thick flakes floated down without sound, building up on the porch rail and the roofline. My tracks from the day before were gone. The road I knew would be impassable. I wasn't worried, at least not yet. I had food, water, and enough firewood for a week. Maybe more. The cabin had been stocked with canned goods and dry staples. Beans, rice, oats, lentils. I wasn't going to starve. I decided to wait it out, but it kept snowing. By the 6th day, the drifts reached halfway up the windows. I had to dig a path from the porch to the shed where the extra firewood was kept. My gloves froze stiff when I left them out too long. I rationed my water, heating it in small pots on the stove so I could wash myself and cook without wasting fuel. On the 7th day, I saw something strange. It was just before dusk. I'd spent the day shoveling snow off the roof and boiling water. The sky had finally cleared, and I could see the slope that ran down into the valley. The snow was untouched, smooth and white, except for one line of tracks. They weren't animal tracks. I've seen enough deer, elk, and bear to know what they look like. These were long, narrow prints, spaced apart like footsteps. They came from the direction of the treeline and stopped about 50 feet from the cabin, then turned around. It didn't make sense. I hadn't walked that way, I'd barely left the area around the cabin since the storm began, and no vehicle could have made it up here, not through snow that deep. I stared at the prints for a long time before going back inside. That night, I barely slept. The wind picked up again, slamming against the walls like waves. The fire burned low, and I kept seeing shadows shift across the window pane. I told myself it was just the branches moving, but the trees weren't that close. Every few hours, I'd get up, check the door, check the window, throw another log on the fire. The next morning, the tracks were gone, covered by fresh snow, but I knew what I saw. I started locking the cabin door at night, even though there was no one around. I nailed a plank across it just in case. I hung a frying pan from a hook near the entrance so I'd hear if someone opened it. Then things started to go missing. At first, I thought I was just being careless. A small knife I kept on the kitchen shelf vanished. I found it later near the firewood stack, outside. I hadn't taken it there. Then, 2 cans of food disappeared from the pantry. The next day, one of my socks was gone. A single sock. Not both, just one. I started keeping everything in one place. My bag, my clothes, my flashlight. I made notes on paper so I could be sure I wasn't losing my mind. I even laid out strips of yarn across the floor at night to see if they'd been disturbed. In the morning, some of them had shifted. I didn't see anyone. No sound, no lights, no voices. Just the wind and the slow groan of the trees under the snow's weight. On the 9th night, I heard something. It was close, not outside, inside. I just put the fire out for the night and crawled into bed fully dressed. I kept the axe next to me. It wasn't a weapon I was comfortable with, but it was the only thing heavy enough to do damage. I left the lantern on low and pulled the blankets up to my chin. Around midnight, I heard the floorboards creak. It was soft, slow, one step at a time. I held my breath and listened. It came from the far side of the room near the stove. I couldn't see anything, just the dark shape of the furniture and the faint glow of the lantern. Then another step, closer. I sat up, gripping the axe. My heart thudded so hard I felt it in my neck. I stared into the darkness, trying to see movement. The creaking stopped. I stayed like that for hours, eyes open, not moving. I didn't fall asleep until the first light broke through the frost on the window. In the morning, the yarn strips were scattered. That's when I knew. Someone was out there. Someone was inside the cabin with me at night. I checked everything: walls, windows, crawl space, under the bed. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken lock, but things kept moving. Items went missing, and I kept hearing those faint steps after dark. On the 10th day, I found footprints around the shed. They were fresh, human. I followed them around the side of the cabin, and they disappeared into the woods. I didn't follow. I was too scared. Whoever it was had no reason to be here. No hiker would come up in that storm, and no one could have driven in. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the table with the axe and a flashlight, waiting, listening. The creaking didn't come. Nothing moved, but I could feel it, like eyes on my back, just outside the window. I started thinking of ways to leave. The snow had stopped falling, and I guess the nearest ranger station was about 10 miles downhill. If I packed light and left early, I might make it before sunset. The problem was the cold. Nighttime temperatures had dropped to near zero, and the wind made it feel worse. If I got lost or injured, I'd freeze to death. I waited one more night. That was a mistake. I woke up to the sound of the door creaking open. It was still dark. The lantern had gone out. The air was freezing. I could see the outline of the door swinging slowly inward, snow blowing in around the edges. I froze, too scared to move. My hand fumbled for the axe. Then I saw it, a shape moving low to the floor, crawling. It didn't make a sound. I raised the axe and swung it at the darkness, hitting something that cracked and fell. I heard a grunt, then a scrabbling noise as the shape pulled back out through the doorway. I leapt up and slammed the door shut, bracing it with the table and whatever else I could find. Outside, I heard retreating footsteps crunch through the snow, then silence. I didn't sleep again. To first light, I packed my bag, just essentials. Water, energy bars, my phone, the axe. I left everything else. I didn't. I was 36 when I decided to spend some time alone in the mountains. I wasn't running away from anything, but I wasn't exactly happy either. I had been working for the same construction firm for over a decade, living in the same apartment, seeing the same streets every day. It wasn't a bad life. I had no kids, never got married, and wasn't really close to anyone anymore. I just reached a point where I felt like I was standing still in life, and every day felt like a repeat of the one before it. I needed to clear my head, and more than anything, I needed quiet. So I rented a small cabin through an online site. It was listed as a hunting cabin about 3 miles from the nearest dirt road, tucked away in a dense part of the Appalachians in West Virginia. The photos made it look perfect. Nothing fancy, just a small wooden cabin with a tin roof, a wood stove, and a basic kitchen setup powered by propane. It had a small porch with a view of a wide clearing that dipped into a dense patch of woods, and a narrow creek ran just beyond the trees. The owner didn't live nearby. He mailed me a hand-drawn map, a GPS pin for the trailhead, and instructions on how to open the lockbox. There was no phone signal out there, and no electricity. Just propane, batteries, and firewood. That's what I wanted. No distractions. Just me, the trees, and time. I packed my truck with a few weeks' worth of food, bottled water, camping gear, and enough clothes to deal with cold nights. I also brought my hunting rifle and a 9mm pistol, both registered and cleaned. I wasn't planning on hunting, but I knew there were black bears and coyotes out there, and being unarmed didn't seem like a good idea. The trail up to the cabin took longer than expected. I had to park the truck at the end of a rutted road, load my gear into a large hiking pack, and walk a winding path up through dense forest. It was late September, and the leaves were just starting to turn. Bright red maples, golden hickories, and orange oaks. The air smelled like moss and pine. It was quiet enough that I could hear leaves dropping from trees. The hike took about an hour and a half. When I finally came through the last patch of trees and saw the cabin, I felt this strange calm settle over me. The place looked even better in person. Old, but well kept. The wood was weathered but solid. The windows were dusty but intact. The small front porch was big enough for a chair and a small table. The lockbox was exactly where the owner said it would be. I opened the cabin and stepped inside. It was one room, a small table with 2 chairs, a twin-sized bed with a wool blanket, a few cabinets, a compact stove, and a propane fridge. No running water, but there was a metal basin and a 5-gallon jug with a spigot. There was even a cast iron bathtub near the stove with a coil of copper tubing behind it. I figured you could heat water on the stove and pour it in if you wanted a hot bath. I set up camp inside, unpacked food, stored my gear, made the bed, and lit the oil lamps. That first night, I just sat on the porch and listened. It had been years since I heard that kind of silence. Not just quiet, but the kind of silence where your own heartbeat feels loud. No cars, no planes, no voices. Just wind in the trees and the steady sound of the creek in the distance. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I hiked, I wrote in a notebook, I cooked simple meals, and I slept like a rock. I started waking up early and going to bed not long after sunset. I didn't miss my phone or the internet. It felt like I was finally giving my mind room to breathe. On the 4th day, I decided to follow the creek further downstream. It curved past the back edge of the property and dropped steeply into a narrow gorge. The trees got thicker down there. I found an old deer trail and followed it for almost a mile before I came across something unexpected. There was a small hunting blind built into a thicket of mountain laurel. It was old but still solid. Whoever built it had used local wood, nailed together by hand. There were empty cans of food on the ground, rusted through. A coil of rope. A torntarp. It looked like nobody had been there for years, maybe decades. I didn't think much of it. People built blinds in the woods all the time, especially out in the middle of nowhere. I sat for a while and then headed back up toward the cabin. But that night, I noticed something strange. I had left a small pile of kindling next to the wood stove. When I came inside, the kindling was gone. Not scattered or burned, just gone. I looked around the cabin. I checked outside. I thought maybe I moved it earlier and forgot, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't a big deal. I had more firewood, and it was probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next morning, I went to refill my water jugs from the creek. I had been purifying the water with tablets and boiling it before use. When I got there, I noticed boot prints in the mud. They weren't mine. These were smaller, narrower, and went in a different direction. I had only been walking in the same few areas up the trail to the creek around the cabin. These prints came from the opposite side of the creek, followed the edge, and disappeared into the woods. I crouched and studied them for a while. They were recent, maybe a day old. I tried to tell myself they belonged to someone passing through, maybe a hiker or a hunter, but I hadn't seen anyone since I got there. Not one person. No vehicles on the trail, no campfires, no voices. Nothing. I told myself not to panic. I carried my rifle with me the rest of the day. I didn't see anyone. That night, I stayed inside and locked the door. The cabin had a heavy bar that slid across the inside. I pulled it into place and sat up in bed with the rifle next to me. I listened. Nothing but wind and the creek. The next few days were quiet again. I stopped going far from the cabin. I kept the rifle close, but nothing else happened. No missing supplies, no strange prints. I started to think maybe I had imagined it. The quiet out there could play tricks on you. And maybe the boot prints were mine after all, just distorted by water. But then, on the 9th night, something woke me up. It was a scraping sound, metal against wood. I sat up in the dark, heart pounding. The oil lamp was low. I reached for my flashlight and held it in one hand, rifle in the other. I didn't hear it again right away, just the wind. Then it came again, slow, a soft scrape, then a tap. I moved toward the door as quietly as I could. The bar was still in place. I turned off the flashlight and listened. Nothing. I stood there for almost an hour before I finally moved back to bed. I didn't sleep much. I kept jerking awake at every creak. In the morning, I stepped outside with the rifle. The porch was empty. Nothing looked disturbed. I walked around the cabin. When I reached the back wall, I saw it. There were scratch marks on the wood, fresh, right at the base, near the floor. Long vertical lines like someone had dragged something sharp across the boards. Not an animal. These were too straight, too deliberate. I searched the woods behind the cabin for nearly an hour. I didn't find anyone. No tracks, no broken branches, no signs of movement. That afternoon, I packed some of my things. I told myself I'd stay one more night and leave in the morning. It wasn't worth it anymore. I came out here for peace and quiet, not to jump at every sound in the dark. That night, I didn't light the lamp. I sat in the dark with my rifle across my lap, listening. Around midnight, I heard something, not scratching this time, movement. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, on the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The steps stopped right outside the door. I raised the rifle and pointed it at the door. I could see the outline in the moonlight coming through the window. Then the doorknob turned slowly, carefully, like someone testing it. I had locked it, barred it. Then it stopped. And for the next 2 hours, I sat frozen in place, staring at the door. No more movement, nothing, just the sound of the wind. When the sky started to lighten, I finally moved. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. Nothing, no one, but there were footprints, clear boot prints on the porch. Same size as before, narrow and light. They went down the steps and into the trees. I didn't eat. I packed everything I could carry, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and started walking. I didn't take the trail. I bushwhacked straight toward the direction of the road, using my compass and GPS. Took nearly 5 hours. I was scratched up from branches, sore, tired, and soaked in sweat. But I reached the truck. I got in, locked the doors, and didn't stop driving until I hit the highway. I never went back for the rest of my gear. I never contacted the owner. I never filed a report. What would I even say? That someone watched me in the woods? That someone tried to get into the cabin? Whoever it was never said a word, never showed their face, and never gave me any real reason to shoot. But they wanted me gone. I felt it. Back in the city, I told myself it didn't matter. I remember that trip so clearly, even though it happened years ago. It wasn't supposed to be scary. I was just looking for some time alone, away from the noise of the city, the traffic, the crowded streets. I wanted to find peace in the woods, breathe fresh air, and forget about everything for a while. I found a small cabin listed online, deep in a national forest several hours from my home. The pictures showed a wooden cabin with a porch, surrounded by tall trees, far from any road or other houses. It looked quiet and safe, exactly what I wanted. I packed my car carefully the night before, enough food and water for a few days, some books, a camping stove, a first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I didn't tell anyone I was going, just wanted to be alone. My phone barely worked in that area, so I wasn't expecting much contact anyway. I left early in the morning, driving through winding roads that gradually got narrower, bumpier, and covered in fallen leaves. As I approached the cabin area, the trees grew thicker and the sunlight dimmed under the dense canopy. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and cool. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt a strange calm wash over me. It was everything I hoped for, small, sturdy, with windows that looked out into the forest on all sides. The porch creaked a little under my steps as I unloaded my bags. The inside was simple but comfortable. Wooden floors, a small kitchen area, a table, and a wood stove for heating. There was a pile of firewood stacked neatly outside. I unpacked slowly, setting everything in place. The silence was almost overwhelming, broken only by the occasional bird call or the rustle of leaves. That first night, I built a fire in the stove and sat close to it, feeling the heat chase away the cold that had settled in from the damp air outside. I ate some canned soup and read a book until I felt sleepy. The quiet was deep. No hum of electricity, no sounds of cars or people, just the woods breathing around me. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I walked down a narrow path behind the cabin that twisted and turned between tall pines and oaks. The forest floor was covered in pine needles and dry leaves, soft under my boots. I noticed how the trees grew closer together as I went further, blocking more and more light. It was peaceful but also made me feel small, like I was swallowed up by nature. As the afternoon went on, I found a small creek with clear water trickling over smooth stones. I took off my boots to dip my feet in. The water was cold but refreshing. I sat there for a while, just watching the forest move in the breeze. Then I started walking back, feeling the calm settle into my bones. That evening, after eating and tidying up, I noticed something odd. When I looked out of the window facing the backwoods, there was a faint light flickering between the trees. At first, I thought it might be a campfire from another group, but I had seen no signs of other people on the trail or around the cabin. The light was small, low to the ground, and it moved slowly, like someone holding a lantern and walking among the trees. I watched for a few minutes, feeling a strange chill, but it disappeared quickly. I told myself it was nothing, probably just a reflection from the moon or a distant flashlight. I didn't want to feel uneasy on my first night alone in the woods. That night, I went to bed with the windows shut tight, the cabin locked. The wind blew softly outside, making the trees sway and creak. I kept the flashlight next to my bed, just in case. The third day was when things started to feel wrong. I woke early, the sun barely up, and went outside to check the firewood stack. It looked disturbed. Some logs were shifted, like someone had touched them. I felt uneasy again. Maybe an animal? But no footprints or signs of animals were near the cabin, except the usual birds and squirrels. I spent the morning reading and cooking, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Around noon, I decided to go for a longer hike. I took my map and compass, making sure to mark the path on my phone's offline app. The trail was harder now, steeper and rockier. I climbed to a ridge that looked out over the forest. From there, I could see the cabin far below, a small dot surrounded by green. On my way back, I thought I heard branches snapping behind me. I stopped and listened, but the forest was quiet again. I I kept walking but faster. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees. I reached the cabin just as the shadows grew long. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again. Soft, rhythmic footsteps circling the cabin. My heart started pounding. I reached for the flashlight and quietly got up, careful not to make noise. I looked out through the window. The porch light was off, and the forest around was dark. I couldn't see anything clearly, but the sound was definitely there. Something or someone was walking slowly around the cabin, just beyond the edge of the light. I locked all the doors and windows and sat against the wall with the flashlight ready. The footsteps stopped after a while. I waited for what felt like hours, the beam of my flashlight scanning every shadow outside. At dawn, the footsteps and the silence finally faded away. I felt exhausted and scared. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I searched the perimeter of the cabin. I found footprints, human ones, not animal, just outside the tree line, circling the cabin. They were fresh and looked like someone wearing boots. No other marks, no prints leading away, just around and around. That discovery terrified me. Someone had been watching me all along. I wanted to leave immediately, but my car was parked several miles down the rough road, and I didn't have cell service to call for help. I thought about hiking out, but the forest was thick and easy to get lost in. So I stayed, but I changed my habits. I didn't go far from the cabin anymore. I kept the doors locked, and every time I heard a noise, I grabbed the flashlight or my pocket knife. I even found an old hunting rifle left behind in the cabin's closet, rusty but usable, and cleaned it carefully. I wasn't going to be easy prey. Days passed slowly. The feeling of being watched never left me. At times, I thought I saw shadows between the trees or heard whispered voices carried by the wind. But every time I looked, there was nothing there. On the 5th day, I woke up to a loud banging on the cabin door. I froze, my heart pounding. I waited, holding my breath. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started. I didn't open the door. I just sat in the corner watching. After a long time, I gathered the courage to peek out a window. No one was there, but on the porch I saw something chilling. Deep scratches on the wood, claw marks or maybe made by a knife. It wasn't an accident. Someone was trying to scare me, maybe get me to open the door. I stayed awake all night after that. The next morning, I packed my things quietly, not making any noise. I wanted to leave before the person came back. As I was about to leave, I heard a noise behind the cabin again. I turned and saw a figure standing just at the edge of the woods, watching me. The person wasn't moving, just staring. I grabbed the rifle and aimed carefully, but the figure didn't run. I shouted as loud as I could, hoping to scare them away. The figure disappeared into the trees immediately. I didn't wait to see if they came back. I ran to my car, my heart racing. The hike out felt longer than it was. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. Finally, I reached the car, jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The moment I hit the road, I felt relief flood through me. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, surrounded by noise and people, and even then I kept checking over my shoulder for weeks afterward. I never found out who that person was or why they were following me, but I'm sure they were watching the cabin long before I got there and would have come back if I stayed. That trip taught me how vulnerable you really are when you're alone in the woods, and how quickly peace can turn into fear when someone else is watching from the shadows. I had planned this trip for months. After months of stress at work, endless city noise, and the constant rush of everyday life, I wanted something quiet, somewhere far away from everything. The idea of a small cabin in the woods, alone, without distractions, sounded perfect. A place where I could think clearly, rest, and just be with nature. No phone, no internet, no people. Just the forest and me. The cabin was nothing fancy. A small wooden structure, built maybe 50 years ago, worn down by time but still solid. It sat deep in the forest, surrounded by tall pine trees. I'd rented it from a local owner, who promised it was safe and quiet. The only way to get there was by a narrow dirt road that wound through the trees for miles. No electricity except for a generator that worked only during the day. No running water, just a well and a small wood stove for heat. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun low and warm in the sky. The air smelled like pine and earth. As I pulled up to the cabin, I felt a sudden wave of calm. The silence was almost complete, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves and distant birds. I unloaded my bag, carrying the basics: food, water, a flashlight, some batteries, and a first aid kit. I knew I was prepared, or at least I thought so. The cabin door creaked as I opened it. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust. The walls were lined with old pine planks, rough but clean. The floor was uneven but solid. There was a small kitchen area with a rusty sink and some shelves filled with canned goods and a few dusty pots. A table sat in the middle of the room, and a small bed was tucked in the corner. I set my things down and started a fire in the wood stove. The dry wood caught quickly, filling the room with warmth and a soft orange glow. Outside, the sun sank behind the trees, and shadows stretched across the forest floor. The sky darkened to deep blue, and the first stars appeared. I ate a simple dinner, canned beans heated on the stove, a little bread, and sat quietly by the fire. I had no phone signal here, so I couldn't check messages or calls. I liked that. Felt like the world had stopped. For a moment, I was completely alone, and it was peaceful. As night deepened, the forest around the cabin changed. The familiar sounds of birds faded, replaced by the low calls of owls and the occasional rustle of small animals moving in the underbrush. The wind whispered softly through the trees, making the branches creak. I went to bed early, wrapping myself in a thick blanket. Outside the window, I could see the faint outline of the forest under the moonlight. I thought about how far I was from everything. No neighbors nearby, no roads for miles, just wilderness. Sleep was uneasy. I kept waking up to strange sounds: branches snapping, the faint scrape of something moving just beyond the cabin walls. Each time I told myself it was nothing, just animals or the wind, but the sounds made my heart race. The next morning, I woke before dawn, the cold air chilling the cabin. I built a fire again and brewed some coffee using the old camp stove. Outside, the forest was quiet, the mist hanging low between the trees. I decided to explore the area a bit, to get familiar with my surroundings. The forest was dense but beautiful. The ground was soft with fallen needles and leaves, and the smell of damp earth was strong. I walked slowly, careful not to make too much noise. I noticed old animal tracks, deer mostly, maybe a fox or two. No signs of bigger predators, thankfully. I felt safe enough. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was higher, filtering through the trees and warming the small clearing where the cabin stood. I spent the day chopping wood, checking my supplies, and writing in my notebook. It was exactly the solitude I had hoped for. That evening, as the light faded, I heard it again, the faint noise outside. This time it was different. It sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate steps moving around the cabin. I froze. The wind was still, and the only sound was the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. I didn't want to believe it, but I wasn't alone. I grabbed my flashlight and carefully opened the door. The beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping over the trees and the clearing. Nothing moved. The forest was still. No signs of anyone. But then I saw something. Just beyond the tree line, a shadow flickered, quick and small. It vanished almost immediately. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who could be out here? There was no road nearby, no trail for hours. How did someone get here? And why? I locked the door and checked all the windows. They were old but sturdy, with wooden shutters that I closed tight. My heart was pounding. The feeling of safety I had this morning was gone. I told myself it was probably just a hunter or maybe a hiker who got lost. But the thought that someone could be watching me from the woods was terrifying. I tried to focus on the fire, on the warmth and light inside the cabin. But every crackle of the wood stove sounded too loud. Every rustle outside made me jump. The night passed slowly. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, eyes on the windows. The footsteps came again, softer this time, circling the cabin. I didn't dare open the door. I just stayed inside, waiting for dawn. When the first light came, I ventured outside. The ground around the cabin was disturbed. Footprints in the dirt and leaves. They looked fresh, not more than a few hours old. But they weren't animal prints. They were human. My mind raced. Why would someone come all this way, alone, in the middle of nowhere? Was it a coincidence? Or was it something more? I packed some essentials just in case. Water, food, flashlight, a small pocket knife. I didn't want to stay here another night if I could help it. I tried to call for help, but no signal. No way to reach anyone. The nearest town was at least a 2-hour drive. I thought about walking out, but the forest was thick and unfamiliar. Getting lost was a real risk. Still, I had to get away from this place. I left a note on the table, explaining where I was going and that I might be gone for a while, just in case someone came looking. I started walking down the dirt road, heart pounding. Every sound made me jump. The forest seemed darker now, more alive. The footprints were gone, but I felt eyes on me. Halfway down the road, I heard a sudden rustling behind me. I spun around, flashlight ready. Nothing, just shadows between the trees. I walked faster, pushing myself. The sun was higher now, but the forest still felt oppressive. After nearly 2 hours, I reached the main road. Cars passed by, and I felt relief wash over me. I flagged down the first driver I saw and explained my situation. They called the local sheriff, who came out to check the cabin. When we returned, they found signs that someone had been living near the cabin. Makeshift campfires, discarded food wrappers, footprints leading in and out of the forest. The sheriff told me this area was known for occasional trespassers, people hiding out, sometimes criminals or drifters. No one expected them to come so close to a rented cabin. I left the cabin for good that day. The feeling of safety was gone, replaced by a constant unease I couldn't shake. Back in town, I realized how lucky I was to have gotten out. The woods might seem peaceful, but they hide stories we never hear, and sometimes those stories come too close to home. I booked the cabin because I needed to get away from everything for a while. Work had been eating me alive, and I hadn't slept right in months. I was burned out, and my body felt like it was always sore for no good reason. I thought maybe it was all mental, like stress just built up and made my muscles tight and stiff. So I figured some time alone, far from people, might help. No traffic sounds, no phones ringing, no schedules. Just nature and silence. I found the place online. It was advertised as off-grid, sitting deep in the woods of northern Idaho. The photos showed a simple wooden structure. 1 floor, a sloped tin roof, no visible neighbors, a propane stove, a cot, a wood stove in the corner for heat. No running water, no electricity, no cell reception. There was a shed out back for firewood, and a hand-pumped well about 20 yards down a dirt path. The place looked quiet and untouched, the kind of quiet that seeps into your bones and slows your heart rate down. It was early October when I drove out there, cold enough to see your breath in the mornings, but still mild in the afternoons. I arrived late in the day, sometime around 4 p.m. The dirt road that led to the cabin stretched about 9 miles off the last paved highway, and it was rough as hell. I had to drive slow in my old Subaru. The road had potholes, fallen branches, and parts of it were nearly washed out. I didn't see a single other car the entire way in, just forest and a sky that was already starting to lose its color. When I got there, I parked in the small clearing out front and stepped out of the car. The forest was so quiet it almost hurt my ears. No wind, no birds, nothing moving. I took in a deep breath. The air smelled like wet pine needles and cold dirt. I felt my shoulders drop. It was the first time in a while I didn't feel tense. The cabin looked just like the pictures, old, a bit weathered, but solid. It didn't feel creepy or anything like that, just plain and still. I unlocked the front door with the key I was mailed and stepped inside. The inside was simple. A wooden cot on the left wall with a thin mattress and some folded wool blankets. A metal stove in the far right corner. A small wooden table in the middle with 2 chairs. A propane lantern hanging from a hook. The windows had thick curtains, and there were heavy latches on the inside. A metal chest sat in the corner next to the stove. The floorboards creaked under my boots. I set my backpack on the table and walked around slowly, checking everything out. There was a tiny shelf built into the back wall with a few canned goods, beans, corn, soup, a box of matches, a pot, some utensils. It was basic, but enough. Everything smelled old, like dried wood and dust. I lit the propane lantern and started unpacking. That first night was uneventful. I made some rice over the stove, read a few chapters of the book I brought, and crawled into the cot with my jacket on. The wind picked up outside after dark, and the trees made long scraping sounds against the roof. But it was just wind and wood. I lay awake for a long time anyway, listening to everything. The creaking, the soft gusts, the occasional pop from the stove. My mind kept waiting for something weird to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up to sunlight coming through the cracks in the curtains. It was cold inside. I got the stove going again and stepped outside to stretch. The world was silent again. Still no birds, no animals. Just the sound of leaves falling and the distant hum of wind through trees. I decided to go for a walk. I didn't bring a GPS because I wanted to unplug completely, but I made sure to stay close enough that I could always find my way back. I marked trees with small scratches from my pocket knife just to be safe. The forest was thick but not too hard to move through. I wandered for about an hour up and down shallow hills over some rocks, along the side of a small stream. I didn't see any other cabins, no trails, no trash, just endless trees and silence. When I got back, I found something weird. The curtain on the front window was drawn open. I was sure I had closed it before leaving. I remember doing it because I had tugged a little too hard and almost pulled the rod off the hook. I stood in the clearing for a minute, staring at it. It was possible I just thought I closed it. Maybe I was more tired than I realized the night before. That seemed likely. But when I stepped inside, I noticed something else. The metal chest next to the stove was open. Not wide open, just cracked a little. But it had definitely been closed when I first looked through the place. I remembered seeing the heavy lid and noting the rusted latch on it. I hadn't even touched it myself. I walked over and lifted the lid. Inside were some old tools, a hatchet, a coil of rope, a few rusted nails in a jar, a wrench. Nothing dangerous, but still, I didn't like that it had been opened. I checked the front door and the windows. Everything was latched from the inside. No sign anyone had broken in. No footprints outside either. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, and there were no shoe prints that weren't mine. I stood there for a while, confused. I told myself it was probably just forgetfulness. I was alone, and I was starting to read too much into little things. The curtain probably wasn't drawn open all the way. I could have imagined that from outside. The chest might have been ajar from the start. I shook it off. The next couple days were quiet. I fell into a slow rhythm. Wake up cold, start the fire, make coffee, go for a walk, come back, write in a notebook, cook something simple, read, sleep. I was feeling calmer. My muscles didn't ache as much. I slept better. The silence was starting to feel like a blanket instead of a threat. But by the fourth night, something changed. I woke up around 3 a.m. and the cabin felt off. It was cold, colder than usual, and I had this feeling in my chest like I wasn't alone. Not panic exactly, just that something wasn't quite right. I sat up on the cot and listened. The stove was burning low, popping quietly. I looked around the room. The curtain on the back window was open again. I definitely remembered closing that one. I had stood right there after dinner and drawn it shut. It had a small tear near the bottom, and I'd pulled it slowly so it wouldn't get caught. But now it was open, and I could see the black trees outside. I got up and checked the windows. They were all latched. I checked the door. Still locked. No signs of anyone inside. Nothing had been moved. The chest was still shut. But my sleeping bag, which I had stuffed under the cot during the day, was halfway out on the floor. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I walked the entire area around the cabin. I made wider circles each time, looking for any footprints, signs of movement, anything. But the ground was mostly pine needles and soft dirt, and there were no obvious tracks. I walked all the way to the hand pump and back, scanning the trees. Nothing. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I wanted to sit in the dark and listen. I laid on the cot in silence, staring at the ceiling. My ears picked up every creak, every little movement. Around midnight, I heard what sounded like a stick snapping outside. Just one. Not close, but not far either. I didn't move. Another hour passed. Then I heard what sounded like soft steps around the back of the cabin. Not heavy ones, not boots, more like bare feet on dirt. Just a few. Then silence. I stayed completely still. Every muscle was tight. My heart was racing, but I tried to keep my breathing quiet. Nothing else happened that night. In the morning, I found something that shook me. On the path that led to the well, about 10 feet off into the brush, I saw a shape that didn't belong. It was a piece of plastic tarp, just a small corner of it sticking up from a pile of pine needles. I brushed it away and found more tarp, folded roughly over what looked like some kind of bedding, blankets, old and dirty, and under that, cans. Food cans, beans, chili, some open and rusted. It looked like someone had been living there. It wasn't far from the cabin, maybe 50 feet away through the trees, hidden well enough that you'd never spot it unless you walked off the path. I stood there for a long time. This wasn't an accident. Someone had been staying here, probably for a while. There was a plastic jug for water, a spoon, a book with pages half ripped out. I didn't touch much. I just backed away slowly and returned to the cabin. My mind started racing. Had they been there while I was sleeping? Watching? Were they still out there? I packed everything I had into my bag, loaded it into the car, and sat behind the wheel. But I didn't start the engine right away. The forest around me was still quiet. Too quiet. I kept glancing at the trees, waiting to see movement. After 10 minutes, I started the car and drove. The road out was worse than before. Rain had come through and parts of it were thick mud. I nearly got stuck twice, and I had to stop once to clear a fallen branch. Every minute I was out there, I expected to see someone step out of the woods. I went up to the cabin because I thought I needed a break. That was the first mistake. I'd been working at the same office job for 8 years, and the last few months had been nothing but stress. Endless meetings, tight deadlines, and late nights that bled into early mornings. I started getting tension headaches so often that they felt like part of my daily routine. My back hurt from sitting too long, and I was starting to wake up in the middle of the night sweating for no reason. I knew I needed to step away for a bit. I didn't want anything fancy, just isolation. Something far from the noise, emails, phones, or people. I searched online for remote cabins to rent, ones that didn't have Wi-Fi or cell service. I found one listed on an older-looking site, not Airbnb or any of the usual places. The photos were grainy, but it was cheap, available on short notice, and exactly what I thought I needed. No neighbors for miles, no distractions, no expectations. Just a small wooden place deep in the trees, with a bed, a stove, and silence. I booked it for 10 days. It was about a 6-hour drive from where I lived. Most of the ride was smooth, but the last 2 hours were all winding back roads. The kind that don't have lines painted on them and feel like they haven't been maintained since the 80s. Trees surrounded both sides, getting denser the deeper I drove. Eventually, my GPS gave up, and I had to follow a set of printed instructions I had written down just in case. The last half-mile was a dirt path with potholes, barely wide enough for my car. When I finally pulled up, it looked exactly like the pictures. Small, about the size of a one-bedroom apartment, and built with old, dark wood. It had a wraparound porch, 2 windows in front, and a narrow chimney poking through the roof. It looked like no one had been there in a while. Leaves had piled up at the corners, and the wooden steps creaked under my weight as I carried my bags inside. The inside was simple. There was a single room that acted as the kitchen and living space, with a couch, an old table, and a wood-burning stove. Off to the side, there was a small bedroom with a twin-sized bed and a dresser. The bathroom was tiny, just a toilet and a sink, and a tub that looked like it hadn't been used in years. No mirror. The air smelled stale but not rotten, just untouched, like an attic that hadn't been opened in a while. The place had no power, which I expected. There were a few lanterns hanging on hooks, and an old generator behind the cabin that the owner had told me I could use sparingly. I decided I wouldn't touch it unless I needed to. I wanted to rough it at least a little. I had a cooler full of ice, cans of food, dry stuff like crackers, protein bars, and peanut butter. Enough water to last more than 10 days if I rationed it right. I didn't do much the first evening. I unpacked, lit a few candles, and read a paperback I brought. The silence was heavy but not uncomfortable. I thought I was going to enjoy this. I was wrong. On the second day, I noticed the cellar door. It was outside, just off the back porch, hidden behind a pile of chopped firewood. I had gone around the back to use the outhouse. It was too much trouble trying to use the indoor bathroom without running water. As I rounded the corner, I slipped a little in the soft dirt and caught myself on the edge of the woodpile. That's when I saw it. A small set of wooden doors set into the ground. The kind that open outwards. They had a thick rusted lock on them, like something out of a horror movie. I stared at it for a while. There was nothing creepy about it at first glance. Old cabins had cellars. That made sense. I figured it was for storage, maybe where the previous owners kept potatoes or canned food, or even some old tools. But the lock made me pause. Why would someone need to lock a root cellar in the middle of nowhere? I didn't think too much of it then. I figured maybe animals had gotten in once and the owners didn't want that happening again. I didn't try to open it. I didn't even touch it. But I didn't forget about it either. That night I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned on the hard mattress. The room was too quiet, and my thoughts wouldn't shut up. Around 2 in the morning, I got up to pee. I stepped outside with my flashlight. The air was cold, and the forest felt like it was holding its breath. When I passed the back of the cabin, I looked at the cellar again. My light passed over it slowly, and the lock was missing. I stopped walking. I thought maybe I imagined it. I stepped closer. My light was dim, flickering, but I could see enough. The thick padlock I had clearly seen earlier was no longer on the handles. In fact, the metal loop was open and lying to the side, half buried in dirt. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, listening. I didn't hear anything. No movement, no wind, not even animals. My ears started ringing a little from the silence. I didn't open the doors. I just walked back inside, locked the main door, and sat on the edge of the bed. I couldn't explain why I didn't open it. Maybe because part of me knew I didn't want to know what was under there. I kept telling myself maybe the lock was already broken and I hadn't noticed. Maybe the owners had left it unlocked and animals had gotten to it. Still, I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I walked back out there. The lock was still on the ground, and the doors were shut tight. I even tried pulling on them, but they wouldn't budge. Sealed shut. The hinges looked rusted over. I walked around the cabin looking for anything strange. No footprints, no signs of disturbance. Everything looked exactly how it had before. Still, I moved one of the heaviest chairs in front of the main door inside, just in case. The next 3 days were quiet, but something felt different. Every time I stepped outside, I felt like I was being watched. I started locking the front door even during the day. I stopped going outside after dark. I didn't hear anything, but the feeling was always there. I kept the hatchet close by. I started sleeping on the couch near the front, just to be closer to the door. On the 6th night, I heard it. A soft creak like wood shifting came from below me. I froze, listening. Then again, another creak, longer this time. I stood up and turned off the lantern. The inside of the cabin went black, but I didn't want to be a light source if someone was out there. I stood at the window, staring out into the dark. I didn't see anything. My heart was pounding. Then, I heard a dragging sound, like something rough being pulled across dirt. I picked up the hatchet and sat on the floor. I stayed like that for hours. Nothing happened. No footsteps, no more sounds. But I didn't sleep. When the sun finally came up, I went out and walked around the back again. The cellar door was open. Only one side, just slightly, like someone had pried it up and left it cracked. The interior was pitch black. I couldn't see inside. I stood there staring at it for a long time. My hands were sweating, even in the cold air. That was when I decided to leave. I went back inside, stuffed everything into my duffel bag, and loaded the car in less than 15 minutes. I didn't even eat. I just wanted to be gone. As I climbed in and started the engine, I looked one last time at the cellar. The door was closed again. I swear it was open just minutes before, but now it was shut completely. I drove down the dirt path faster than I should have, nearly bottoming out in one of the ruts. I didn't care. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I hit the paved road. My hands didn't stop shaking for the entire drive home. When I got back, I emailed the owner. I told them something was wrong with the cabin. I didn't give details. I didn't want to sound crazy. I just said I was cutting the stay short and asked if they knew anyone else had access to the place. They never responded. About a week later, I checked the listing again. It was gone. The entire website had been taken down. Not just the listing, but everything. The domain name didn't even exist anymore. It was like it had never been there. I went back to work after that. I stopped taking long trips alone. I couldn't explain what happened out there, but I know I wasn't imagining it. The sounds, the missing lock, the feeling of being watched, it was real. Something was down there or someone. I still think about it more than I should. Sometimes I wonder if I should have opened that door the first time. But then I remember the sound of something dragging across the floor underneath me in the middle of the night, and I'm glad I didn't. Whatever was down there, it didn't want to stay hidden, and I don't think it liked being ignored. I needed to get away, not because of some major life crisis or trauma, but just because I was tired. Everything started to feel like noise, traffic, phones, emails, the same conversations, the same faces, the same schedule. I'd been staring at screens for too long, sleeping too little, and forgetting what quiet sounded like. So I booked a remote cabin in the mountains. It wasn't one of those Instagram-perfect, newly built cabins with polished wood floors and wine glasses. This one was rough around the edges. Old wood, small windows, a rusting propane tank out back, and no phone service at all. That's exactly why I picked it. It was early October. I packed up my old Jeep with some basic groceries, a cooler, firewood, hiking boots, a notebook, and a sleeping bag. I left the city before sunrise and drove north until the roads got narrow and the trees started leaning in on both sides. After hours of driving, I turned off the main road onto a gravel path barely wide enough for my Jeep. Twisted up through the woods for what felt like forever. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly how it looked in the few photos I'd seen online. Small, old, quiet, surrounded by tall pines and maples. No other cabins in sight. Nothing but the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional bird or squirrel. The front steps creaked when I walked up them, and the key was under a flat stone like the owner said. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust, maybe a hint of something earthy, like moss or old leaves. There was no TV, no internet, and no cell reception. Just a wood stove in the corner, a simple kitchen with a gas stove, a table, a sagging couch, and a bed in the back room. There was also a narrow door at the far end of the cabin near the kitchen. It led down to a basement. I opened it once, saw the old wooden steps going down into darkness, then closed it. I didn't need anything from down there. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I hiked nearby trails during the day, sat out on the porch reading and writing in a notebook, cooked simple meals, and fell asleep early. There was a stillness to the place that was hard to describe. It wasn't creepy, not at first. It was just deeply quiet, like the land had been untouched for years. Every sound felt sharper. The crack of a twig, the flap of a bird wing. I liked it, but on the third night, something changed. I had just finished eating a can of chili I heated on the stove and was washing my plate in the small metal sink when I heard a dull thump beneath me. I stopped, listened. It was faint, like something falling or shifting below the floorboards. The kind of sound you might hear in an old house as wood settles. I told myself that's all it was. Old beams, temperature change, nothing serious. But then I heard it again, heavier this time, like something dropping onto a wooden floor below me, then dragging. There was no wind outside, no raccoons or critters scurrying around. This sound came from directly beneath me. I walked to the basement door and stood there for a minute, hand on the knob. I could feel a faint draft coming from the gap around the doorframe. I told myself not to open it. If it was just the house shifting, fine. If it was an animal that got in somehow, I could check in the morning. But then I heard something down there, just one soft sound. A cough. It wasn't loud. It was like someone clearing their throat quietly, but it was unmistakably human. I backed away from the door and just stood in the kitchen for a while, not breathing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was wind. Maybe my ears were playing tricks. But I knew that wasn't it. I had heard it. Someone was down there. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up in the old recliner with the fire going and a flashlight in my lap. I kept telling myself I had to check in the morning. Had to go down and see. I didn't want to call the police. I didn't even have a signal anyway. Besides, maybe it was just some kind of squatter. A drifter. It wasn't likely, but it wasn't impossible. The next morning, I forced myself to open the basement door again. The steps creaked under my weight as I slowly walked down with the flashlight shaking in my hand. It was cold down there, much colder than upstairs. The walls were rough stone, and the floor was dirt with patches of cement. I scanned the flashlight across the room. There were old shelves with jars of nails and screws, a broken rocking chair, some rusted tools, and a wooden crate with what looked like firewood. It looked like no one had been down there in years. But then I noticed something off. In the far corner, behind an old dresser pushed against the wall, there was a part of the wall that looked newer. The cement there didn't match the rest. It was smoother, cleaner, and there was a faint smell, like something metallic. I walked closer and saw faint marks on the ground. Scrape marks. Something had been dragged across the floor recently. I stared at the wall for a long time. Then I went back upstairs. I didn't go hiking that day. I just sat on the porch, looking out into the woods, trying to make sense of it. That night I heard it again. The dragging sound. Only this time it was slower, like someone pulling a heavy bag across the floor. I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I moved the dresser aside and tapped on the new section of wall. It sounded hollow. I started chipping at the edge with a rusted hammer I found on the shelf. After maybe 20 minutes, part of the cement gave way. Behind it, I found a narrow gap, maybe 2 feet wide, leading into a small hidden room. I had to crouch to get in. It was pitch black inside. The beam of my flashlight cut through the dust. The room was no bigger than a large closet. Inside was a cot, a small bucket, a blanket, and an empty bottle. And in the corner, something that made my stomach turn. Plastic bag, torn open. Inside were old clothes, dirty and stiff. And beside it was a thin mattress stained with something dark. The smell was worse in there, like mold, rust, and something else I didn't want to think about. There were scratches on the inside of the walls, deep ones, like someone had used a nail or piece of metal to mark them. I counted at least 30, short vertical lines, grouped in fives. I crawled out and sat on the basement steps for a long time. My legs were shaking. My hands were ice cold. I didn't know what the hell I had found, but it was real. Someone had lived in that hidden room. For how long, I didn't know. But those scratches, they looked recent. The edges were still sharp. I packed my stuff that afternoon. I didn't bother cleaning up. I shoved everything in the Jeep and drove down the gravel path like my life depended on it. When I finally got a signal an hour later, I called the county sheriff's office and told them everything. I gave the location, directions, every detail I could remember. A week later, a detective called me. They had gone out to the cabin. According to him, the hidden room was real. They also found human remains buried under the dirt in the basement. Bones. Old ones. At least a decade old. They weren't sure whose yet, but they said the scene matched a missing persons case from 12 years ago. A teenager who disappeared while hiking with his uncle. They'd never found him or the man. But that wasn't all. The detective said something else. He asked me if I had ever actually seen anyone while I was there. I told him no, I hadn't. He went quiet, then said they had found food scraps in the hidden room, ones that weren't old. the apple core I'd thrown in the trash, the top of a yogurt container, a spoon. Something was down there, or had been recently. They believed someone had been living in that crawl space on and off, hiding in the walls, coming up through the basement at night. Maybe someone mentally unstable, maybe dangerous. He said it wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Some isolated cabins attract the wrong kind of people. Drifters, runaways, or worse. When I hung up the phone, I sat in my apartment for hours just staring at the wall. I couldn't stop thinking about the cough, the dragging sounds, the scratches on the wall, the plastic bag with clothes, the smell. I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still can't sleep without a light on. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night convinced I heard a sound from under the floor. I have to get up and walk the whole apartment, open every closet, check every door. I haven't told anyone the full story, just bits and pieces. People don't really want to hear it. They think I'm exaggerating. They think it was just an old house. But I know what I heard, what I saw. I think about the 30 scratch marks, the torn blanket, the spoon. Someone lived down there. Someone waited. And for a few nights, they were directly underneath me, watching, listening, breathing. I'll never go back to a cabin again. I had been meaning to finish my novel for over a year. I kept pushing it back. Life, errands, work, noise, distractions. Everything seemed more important than writing. But the deadline I had set for myself had come and gone twice already, and I still hadn't crossed the halfway mark. So I decided to get away from everything. I found a cabin listing on a rental website. It was in northern Minnesota, surrounded by forest, no neighbors in sight, and had no Wi-Fi or cell service. Just a small, basic wooden cabin with a desk, fireplace, and a view of the lake. It was exactly what I needed. I drove up on a Tuesday morning in early September. The leaves had already started turning. Orange, red, yellow, bright and dry against the dull gray sky. The road got narrower as I got closer. First paved, then gravel, then just a winding dirt path cutting through dense woods. I followed the directions printed on paper since there was no signal once I passed the last town. It took almost 6 hours to get there from where I lived in St. Paul. By the time I reached the cabin, my legs were stiff and my head was buzzing from the long drive. The place looked exactly like the pictures. It sat on a small clearing just above a still lake. The cabin was maybe 20 feet across, made of old wooden boards that had turned a silvery gray from age. There was a firewood pile stacked neatly on the side, and the small porch had 2 rocking chairs. One of the windows looked out over the lake, and that was where the desk was set up inside. I got out, stretched my legs, and started unloading my things. I had brought enough food for 10 days, dry stuff, canned soup, pasta, trail mix, and jerky. I brought 4 gallons of drinking water and a pump filter just in case I had to draw from the lake. There was a wood-burning stove inside for heating and cooking, and the place came with a set of basic tools, a water bucket, a lantern, and a few extra blankets. There was no plumbing, but there was a clean outhouse about 20 yards from the back of the cabin. It smelled surprisingly fine and looked like it had been well taken care of. The first day, I didn't write anything. I just explored the area, walked around the woods a little, and tried to let my mind slow down. I made a fire that night and sat on the porch with a blanket over my legs, listening to the woods. It was quiet, so quiet that it almost made my ears ring. No cars, no sirens, no voices. Just wind through the trees and the occasional sound of something small rustling in the leaves. The next morning, I woke up early and made instant coffee on the stove. I sat down at the desk and started writing. For the first time in months, the words came easy. The quiet helped. No buzzing phone, no background noise. Just my thoughts and the sound of the lake water lapping softly outside. The days started to blur together. I got into a rhythm. Wake up with the sun. Coffee. Write for 4 or 5 hours. Lunch. A walk in the woods or around the lake. More writing. A simple dinner. Fire in the stove. Read a bit by lantern light. Sleep. It was peaceful, calming, exactly what I had hoped for. But by the 5th day, things started to feel off. It started with small things. One morning I woke up and found the front door was slightly open. I was sure I had locked it. I remembered turning the latch before bed. I always did, but I figured maybe I was tired and had just forgotten. No big deal. The next day, I found boot prints in the dirt around the side of the cabin. Not mine. These were bigger, wider, and going in the opposite direction of where I usually walked. I wear running shoes. These were from something heavier, work boots or hiking boots. I told myself it was probably just a local or a hunter passing through, maybe someone checking the land. But the prints were fresh, deep, and they led around the back of the cabin, toward the outhouse, then disappeared into the trees. I tried to ignore it. I wrote for a few more hours that day, but I kept glancing out the window every few minutes. I thought I saw movement once in the woods, a flicker of dark shape through the trees, but it was far, and my eyes had been staring at the screen too long. That night, I slept with the hatchet by the bed. I had found it in the tool shed beside the firewood pile. It was small but sharp. I kept it close. I didn't hear anything that night, but I also didn't sleep well. The following morning, I walked around the cabin before breakfast. I didn't find anything strange at first, but then I noticed that some of the logs in the woodpile had been moved. Not just fallen over, moved, stacked differently. Some of the heavier ones had been taken from the middle of the pile and placed on top. I hadn't touched the pile in 2 days. There were also 2 long scrapes in the dirt beside the steps, like something heavy had been dragged there and pulled away. That's when I started to feel scared. There's a difference between nervous and scared. Nervous is something small, a moment that passes. Scared sits with you. I felt it in my stomach all day. I tried to write, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept going to the window, to the trees, to the shadows shifting outside. I walked the trail down to the lake just before sunset. That's when I noticed something that made my chest tighten. There were pieces of fabric caught on the branches down by the shore. They were small, maybe a torn sleeve or corner of a shirt. One was red, one was dark gray. Both looked like they had been ripped, not cut. The fabric was stuck high up on one of the branches, too high for an animal. I stood there for a long time, staring at it. The woods felt too quiet again. I turned around and walked back to the cabin. I skipped dinner that night. I kept the lantern burning longer than usual. I moved the desk in front of the door and put the hatchet on top of it. I tried to sleep but couldn't. I just lay there in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard something. A soft knock. It was so light I thought maybe I imagined it. But then it came again. 3 slow knocks. Not loud, not fast, like someone was testing the sound. Came from the side of the cabin, not the door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just gripped the handle of the hatchet and lay frozen under the blanket. The knocking stopped. For a while, it was quiet again. Then I heard leaves crunching outside. A few slow steps. Then nothing. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but it was almost sunrise before I fell asleep. When I woke up, I opened the door slowly, hatchet in hand. I stepped outside and looked around. There were new prints in the dirt, the same heavy boots as before. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and stopped by the sidewall. Then they walked back into the trees. I had enough. I packed my things quickly, threw my clothes and food into the duffel, took the pages I had written and folded them into my backpack. I didn't even eat. I just locked up, got in the car, and drove. The tires slipped in the mud from last night's rain, but I didn't stop. I didn't breathe easy until I was halfway down the mountain road, back in the range of cell signal. But that wasn't the end of it. When I got home, I called the rental site and told them what had happened. They said no one else had booked the place in weeks. The owner was out of state. There shouldn't have been anyone around. I filed a police report, but I never heard back from the local station. They probably just thought I got spooked. A few days later, I went through my backpack to unpack. That's when I found something that didn't belong to me. It was folded into the back of my notebook. A photograph. It was a printed photo like from a film camera, black and white. It showed the outside of the cabin, my cabin, taken from a distance through the trees, but it wasn't from before I arrived. I know that because in the photo I was sitting on the porch. It was taken during my stay. I stared at that photo for a long time. My hands were shaking. I flipped it over. On the back, written in black ink, was a date. September 8th, the day before I left. I threw it away, burned it in the sink. I changed my locks, got security cameras installed. For a few weeks, I couldn't sleep at all. Every time I heard a noise outside, I jumped. I kept thinking about that photograph, about the person who had taken it, how close they had gotten without me knowing, why they left it in my bag, what they had wanted. It's been months now. I finished my novel. Turned out better than I expected. But I haven't gone back into the woods. I won't. Some people think the scariest things are ghosts or monsters or the dark. They're wrong. The scariest thing is knowing someone was out there, watching you, quiet, patient, close enough to touch you in your sleep, but choosing not to, because one day they might, and you'll never see it coming. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of escaping the noise and chaos of the city, to spend a few days alone in a small cabin deep in the woods, felt like the perfect way to reset my mind. The cabin was a rental owned by a man who rarely used it himself. I found it online, on a small listing with little information except a few photos showing a modest wooden cabin nestled among tall pine trees. The owner described it as quiet and remote, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. I left early in the morning, hoping to arrive with plenty of daylight left to unpack and get settled. The roads gradually changed from paved highways to narrow, winding gravel paths. At times, the gravel road was so thin I felt I was driving on a dirt trail more than a proper road. Large trees leaned in from both sides, their branches sometimes scraping the roof of my car. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was beginning to set. The sky was a deep orange, fading to a soft purple. The air smelled fresh and earthy, a mix of pine and damp soil from recent rain. The cabin was small, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, with rough logs for walls and a metal roof that gleamed faintly in the dimming light. A small porch wrapped around one side, with a wooden bench and a stack of firewood neatly piled next to the door. I grabbed my bag from the back seat and took a deep breath. The silence here was different from the city. No cars, no distant sirens, no people talking or shouting. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears feel loud. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. A small kitchenette on one side, a wood-burning stove against the opposite wall, a fold-out couch that doubled as a bed, and a tiny bathroom with a toilet and sink. There was a small window on each wall, letting in the last of the fading light. I set down my bag and opened the windows to let in the cool evening air. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to make the place feel like mine. I stacked canned goods and bottled water on the small shelves, laid out the clothes I brought in the closet, and set my phone on the counter to charge with the solar panel battery pack I'd brought. The cabin had no electricity, so I relied on the solar panel for basic power. There was no cell signal here, just a single bar flickering at best. The first night, I built a fire in the stove and sat close to it, watching the flames flicker and listening to the sounds of the forest outside. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves and causing the cabin walls to creak occasionally. It was peaceful but also unfamiliar. I found myself checking the locks on the door more times than necessary. Around midnight, I woke to a strange noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again. A low, steady scratching coming from outside. It sounded like nails or claws scraping against wood. I stayed perfectly still, heart pounding, ears straining to catch the sound. The scratching stopped, but then something heavier, like something large moving, brushed past the porch. I froze. For a long time, I didn't move or breathe much. Finally, I convinced myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. The woods were full of wildlife, after all. I made sure the door was locked tight and settled back to bed, though sleep didn't come easily. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a narrow dirt trail leading away from the property that I followed for about a mile. The forest was dense, with towering pines and thick underbrush. I saw deer tracks in the mud and the occasional bird flying overhead. The trail ended at a small clearing with a stream running through it. The water was clear and cold, and I filled a bottle before heading back. As the day went on, I felt more comfortable. The sun warmed the cabin, and the woods seemed less threatening in the light. I chopped some firewood from the pile outside and stacked it near the stove. I took a long bath using the water I had heated on the stove and then dried off under a thick towel. Dinner was simple: canned beans and rice heated over the stove. Night came again, and with it, the silence. I tried to read by the light of a battery-powered lantern, but my mind kept wandering to the sounds outside. Just as I was about to turn in, I heard it again. Scratching, slow and deliberate, coming from the porch. I held my breath and waited, but the sound stopped after a few seconds. I wanted to convince myself it was nothing. The third day brought an unsettling feeling. I woke early to find something strange outside the cabin. On the porch, there were scratch marks, deep, long gouges in the wood planks. They looked fresh. My heart raced as I circled the porch, looking for signs of what might have caused them. Near the base of the porch, I saw muddy footprints, large and heavy, with long toes and sharp claws. I didn't see the footprints at first. They were partially washed away by a light drizzle during the night, but enough was left to make me pause. I scanned the trees, half expecting to see something watching me. Nothing moved. For the rest of the day, I stayed close to the cabin. I tried to keep busy, cleaning, organizing, cooking, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Every rustle in the bushes made me jump. That night, I locked all the windows and doors, placed a thick wooden chair against the door, and tried to keep my mind calm. I listened to the forest noises through the walls, the wind, the creaking trees, the occasional distant call of a bird or animal. Then I heard the scratching again, but this time it was louder, more urgent, coming from the back of the cabin. I grabbed the small hunting knife I always carried in my bag and moved quietly to the window. Peering out, I could see nothing in the dark except the black shapes of trees. The scratching stopped suddenly. My breath caught in my throat. Suddenly, a loud thump hit the back wall of the cabin. Then another. Something was trying to get in. I moved quickly, moving the chair to block the door more firmly. The thumping continued, hard and fast, pounding on the walls as if something very heavy was trying to break through. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The fear was sharp and real, raw and immediate. After what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. The forest fell silent once again. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the knife and listening. When dawn finally came, the first light crept through the windows and chased away the shadows. I opened the door slowly, expecting to see evidence of what had attacked the cabin. The back wall was scratched and dented badly, with bits of wood splintered off. On the ground, large prints circled the cabin. Too big to be a bear, too heavy for a dog. I spent that morning reinforcing the cabin. I nailed planks over the windows and tried to secure the doors better. But I knew it wouldn't hold forever. Over the next 2 days, I rationed food and water carefully. Every night the noises came back. The scratching, the thumping, the heavy footsteps circling around. The creature was patient, waiting for me to slip up. On the fourth night, I realized I couldn't stay. I packed my bag quickly before dark and waited for a break in the noises. When I heard a long pause, I ran down the trail toward the car. The woods seemed endless and dark, and every sound made me look over my shoulder. Finally, I reached the car and threw myself inside. The engine started on the first try. I drove fast down the gravel road, the headlights cutting through the night. The noises of the forest faded behind me. Back in town, I called the local ranger station to report the strange animal tracks and the damage to the cabin. They told me it might be a large bear, but they found it strange no one else had reported anything. Weeks later, I drove back to check the cabin. The place was destroyed, the door hanging off its hinges. Large claw marks covered the walls and porch. The area was quiet now, but I never went back again. I learned something important from those days in the cabin, that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real animals and nature's raw, untamed power. There was nothing supernatural in those woods, only a reminder that humans are outsiders in a wild world we don't fully understand. and sometimes the only thing you can do is run. I had been feeling burned out for months, the kind of exhaustion that doesn't go away after a weekend of rest. I work a desk job that pays well, but the pressure never stops. Emails at night, calls during weekends, always something urgent. I couldn't remember the last time I slept without waking up in the middle of the night thinking about deadlines or deliverables or the sound of my phone vibrating beside me. I was living off coffee and frozen meals. I had this constant headache that never seemed to go away. So, when the company offered a 2-week break after a long project, I didn't even think twice. I didn't want to travel somewhere fancy or stay in a resort. I just wanted quiet. No screens, no people, no cars, nothing. Just trees, air, and silence. I found this cabin online. It wasn't on a big site, just a small local listing from a guy who said he owned several remote properties in northern Vermont. The photos showed a small wooden cabin tucked deep in the forest, with no neighbors, no cell service, and no internet. It looked plain. No fancy furniture, no TV, just a place to rest. That's exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 10 days. The guy sent me a code for the lockbox and some basic instructions. The cabin had solar panels for power, a rainwater collection system, a wood stove, and a propane backup heater. He said it was stocked with firewood and basic supplies, and if I needed more, the nearest town was 30 miles away. That was perfect. I packed light, just clothes, canned food, a few books, a camping stove, and my sleeping bag. I left my laptop at home. I turned my phone off before I even left the highway. I felt better the moment I hit the dirt road that led into the woods. It was late afternoon when I got there. The road had turned rough and narrow, with branches brushing the sides of my car. I hadn't seen another vehicle in over an hour. Eventually, I came around a bend and saw the cabin through the trees. It was even smaller than I expected. Just a single floor, with dark wood siding, a tiny front porch, and one window facing the road. I parked and got out. The air was different, still, cold. All I could hear was the wind and some birds. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The place was quiet, clean, and smelled like cedar. It had a narrow cot with thick blankets, a small table, a shelf with dry goods, and a wood stove in the corner. There was no bathroom inside, just an outhouse about 20 feet into the trees out back. I lit the stove and started unpacking. I set up my food in the corner, unrolled my sleeping bag, and checked out the small back room with the battery system and water containers. Everything looked simple but in working condition. There was even a flashlight and a first aid kit on the wall. That first night, I slept deeply. No buzzing, no blue light, no notifications. Just the crackle of the fire and the cold night air. I spent the next 2 days walking around, collecting kindling, reading, and cooking basic meals. I found a small creek about 10 minutes from the cabin where the water was clear and cold. I sat there for hours doing nothing. It was exactly what I needed. The tension in my shoulders was slowly fading. But then, things started to feel strange. It wasn't anything dramatic, just little things at first. On the third day, I went outside in the morning to pee and noticed that some of the firewood I stacked by the door had been knocked over. It had been stacked neatly the night before, but now it looked like someone had kicked through it. I figured maybe an animal had come by, a raccoon or something, so I res-tacked it and didn't think much of it. Later that day, I walked out to the creek again. I followed the same narrow path I had been using since I arrived. The leaves were dry and crunchy, and the sun was low in the sky, but something looked off. I noticed what looked like footprints on the side of the trail. At first, I thought they might be mine, but they were fresher and came from a slightly different direction, just off to the side of where I had been walking. They were boot prints, deep, not old or faded, and there were several of them, maybe 4 or 5, leading away from the path into the trees. They didn't look like animal tracks, and I hadn't seen anyone out here since I arrived. It made me pause. I looked around for a while, listening, but the forest was dead silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. I told myself maybe they were old. Maybe someone came through here days ago. It was public land, after all. But still, it didn't feel right. That night, I locked the cabin door. It had a thick bolt, and I pushed a chair up against it just in case. I felt silly doing it, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up and listening. I thought I heard something on the porch at one point, like the soft sound of wood creaking under pressure. But I didn't see anything when I peeked through the curtain. Could have been the wind or an animal again. The next morning, I went outside and saw more tracks, this time around the side of the cabin, near the back window. They were similar to the ones on the trail, boots maybe a size or two bigger than mine. I followed them for a few feet, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I felt uncomfortable now. I kept looking over my shoulder while walking. I didn't go to the creek that day. I stayed close, chopping wood and keeping the fire going. I checked the lock on the cabin door twice. I started carrying the hatchet with me, even when I stepped out to pee. On the 5th day, things escalated. I went out to the outhouse around midday. It was cloudy, and the woods were darker than usual. When I opened the door to the outhouse, I immediately noticed something wrong. The roll of toilet paper I had left in there was gone. The plastic lid on the seat had been removed and placed on the ground. I didn't do that. I hadn't even used the outhouse the day before. I kept it closed and only used it once or twice. I had no reason to touch the lid. Now I was starting to feel watched. I started checking the tree line more often. I started keeping the flashlight on me even during the day. I checked every corner of the cabin when I came inside. I closed the curtains even though they were small and old. That night I heard something. It was around 3 a.m. I woke up to a soft metallic sound, like the click of metal on metal. I sat up and held my breath. It happened again. It was coming from the front door. The lock. Someone was messing with the lock. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on. The beam hit the door and nothing else. I couldn't hear footsteps or voices. I stood frozen for what felt like 5 minutes. Then I heard something step off the porch. Just one heavy crunch of wood, and then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, staring at the door, listening. The fire burned low, and I didn't want to move to feed it. In the morning, I stepped outside. The firewood stack was gone, completely gone. Not kicked over, gone. Someone had taken it, or most of it. There were prints again, deep boot prints leading away from the porch toward the woods. They were newer than before. The ground had been slightly damp from the night air, and the edges were sharp. I was done. I packed my stuff in under 10 minutes. I didn't even bother eating. I threw everything into the back of the car, locked the cabin, and started driving down the dirt road. The whole way out, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror. I was paranoid I'd see someone behind me. I didn't stop once. When I reached the highway, I turned my phone back on. No signal for another few miles. Eventually, I reached a small gas station. I pulled in, filled up, and went inside. The woman at the counter gave me a strange look. I must have looked awful. I asked if I could use their landline, and she pointed to a payphone outside. I called the property owner. No answer. I left a message explaining that someone had been trespassing, and I didn't feel safe. I didn't go into full detail. I just said he should check the cabin soon. I drove straight home. I didn't stop to rest. When I got back to the city, I couldn't sleep properly for days. I kept the lights on in my apartment. I checked the door lock constantly. Every creak or thump made me jump. About a week later, the cabin owner called me back. He said he'd gone up there and looked around. Said everything looked fine. No signs of break-in. No missing supplies. Even the firewood was stacked neatly on the side, he said. That stopped me cold. I told him it wasn't possible. I saw it. I left in a panic because someone was clearly out there. But he just said maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was tired. Or maybe I had knocked over the stack myself. I didn't argue. I thanked him and hung up. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know what I heard. Someone else was out there, watching, following, waiting. Maybe they wanted to scare me. Maybe they were just playing games. Or maybe they were waiting for me to stay one more night. I'm just glad I didn't. I'll never go back. I don't even want to drive through that state again. I still think about those boot prints sometimes. How deep they were. How fresh. how they circled the cabin in wide loops like someone didn't want to be seen. And I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. I don't really like cities. That's probably the best way to start this. I never really have. Even as a kid, I felt claustrophobic when I had to spend time in the city. Too many people, too many buildings, too much going on all the time. I grew up in a small town in Oregon. Not exactly out in the sticks, but close enough to the woods that I felt more at home among trees than I ever did around crowds. After college, I worked a few jobs in town, mechanic work mostly, until I saved enough to start doing something I'd always wanted to do: write and photograph off-grid cabins for a kind of travel lifestyle blog. It started as a side project, just me sharing pictures and posts, but over a couple of years it picked up a small following. I liked the peace of it, the trips, the solitude. I got to be alone, I got to explore, and most importantly, I got to disconnect from everything else. That's what I thought would happen this time, too. I'd heard about this cabin from a guy I met while photographing some old ranger stations in northern Idaho. He said there was a place way out near the Washington border, buried back in the woods, that used to be used by surveyors back in the day. Really old, but intact. No electricity, no plumbing, no road in. He gave me a rough location, said it was about 4 miles in from the nearest service road, and told me if I was into solitude, this was the place. I mapped out the location, packed my gear, and drove out there in early October. The weather was decent, not warm, not cold, but I knew I'd need to prepare for it to get worse. I had my tent, sleeping bag, satellite phone, a week's worth of food, backup batteries for the camera, and an extra pair of boots in case things got muddy. I parked my truck near the service road, which was really just a thin path of gravel running between trees, locked it up, and hiked in. It took me about 3.5 hours to reach the cabin. The trail wasn't marked, and I had to keep checking the GPS and old maps to make sure I was even on the right path. The woods out there were thick, dark, dense pines with barely any undergrowth, but tall enough that barely any light came through. By the time I got close, I was already sweating and sore, but when I saw the cabin, it was like something out of a painting. It sat on a small rise just above a dried-up stream, surrounded by ferns and thick brush, with a slanted roof and dark wooden siding. It looked untouched by time. I did a quick check around the outside, no sign of anyone else. No tire marks, no trash, no paths worn into the brush. The front door was stiff, but it opened with a good push. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dirt, but it was dry. There was a small fireplace, a single wooden chair, and a long wooden counter that looked like it used to be a workbench. The windows were dusty but intact. I felt lucky to have found the place. I set up my sleeping pad on the floor in the corner, made a quick dinner from a can, and sat out front while the sun went down. It was dead silent except for some birds and wind through the trees. I couldn't hear cars, couldn't hear voices, nothing. It was exactly what I'd been looking for. That night I slept deep, the kind of sleep you only get when you're far away from people. But at one point, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up. I wasn't sure why. There wasn't a noise. It was more like that weird feeling that something's off. I laid there in the dark for a while, listening. I didn't hear anything at first, but then there was a soft creaking, like the sound of a board shifting under weight. Just one. Then silence again. I convinced myself it was the cabin settling. It was old after all, and I went back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped out early to get some shots of the cabin while the sun was low. The trees let in these soft beams of light that made everything look golden. I walked a bit further back, trying to get a good wide shot. That's when I saw it. A boot print. It was in the soft moss just behind the cabin. At first, I thought it might have been mine, but it was facing the wrong way. It was pointing toward the cabin, not away from it. And it was bigger than mine, much bigger. I wear a size 10, and this one was at least a 12 or 13. I checked the ground around it and didn't see any others, which was strange. One boot print. No trail in, no trail out. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck started to stand up. Still, I told myself it could have been old. Maybe someone else had been there earlier in the season, maybe even last year. I took a photo of it anyway, then went back inside and tried to ignore it. I worked on my notes and sketches for a few hours, made some lunch, and by the afternoon I was back to feeling okay. The light was starting to fade again, so I gathered some branches and fired up the old fireplace. It smoked a little at first, but after a while it warmed up the cabin just enough to take the edge off the cold. Later that night, I was sitting outside on a small rock ledge near the stream, just watching the trees. There was no moon, and the stars were just starting to show. I heard movement then, faint but definite, like a slow shuffling through brush, maybe 30 yards off. I stopped breathing and just listened. It wasn't a deer. I know what deer sound like. This was slower, more deliberate. Then it stopped, dead silent again. I stayed there for a few more minutes, but I didn't hear anything else. When I finally stood up, I scanned the trees. Nothing. I made my way back into the cabin and bolted the door from the inside using the old iron latch. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every time the wind moved a branch, I flinched. I kept thinking about the boot print, about the sound. At some point, I drifted off, but when I woke up the next morning, I felt drained, like I hadn't rested at all. I stepped outside just after sunrise to stretch and clear my head. That's when I noticed the small pile of rocks near the back corner of the cabin. They hadn't been there the day before. 5 flat stones stacked one on top of the other, maybe 10 inches tall total, carefully balanced, not natural. That was when I knew I wasn't alone. I felt sick. There was no reason for those rocks to be stacked like that unless someone did it. I walked the perimeter again. Still no other prints, nothing disturbed in the brush. It was like whoever did it knew how to move without leaving a trace. I took the rocks apart and tossed them into the woods, then went back inside and stayed there most of the day, keeping the camera beside me like a weapon, not because I thought it'd help, but just because it felt like something. That evening, I packed everything up. I told myself I'd stay one more night, and if anything else happened, I'd hike out early. But deep down, I knew I wasn't gonna sleep. I kept my boots on, kept the backpack ready, and waited. Around midnight, I heard footsteps, slow, crunching softly through the pine needles, closer than before. I killed the lantern and crouched beside the window. The moon was out so I could see a bit. Then I saw him, a man, maybe 6 feet tall, thin, wearing a dark jacket and hood, just standing between 2 trees, looking at the cabin. I couldn't see his face. He didn't move, just stood there for what felt like a full minute. Then he slowly walked around the side of the cabin and out of view. I didn't wait. I grabbed my bag, unlatched the door as quietly as I could, and slipped out the opposite side. I didn't take the trail. I didn't want to be followed. I moved fast, cutting through trees, trying not to trip. I used the GPS to guide me roughly in the direction of the truck, staying off the known paths, checking behind me constantly. Took me almost 5 hours to make it back. By the time I reached the truck, the sun was just coming up. I was covered in scratches, soaked in sweat, and shaking. I didn't look back once. I jumped in, started the engine, and drove until I reached a gas station with a phone. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. I didn't report it because I didn't know what I'd even say. There were no threats, no damage, just presence. A boot print, a stack of rocks, a man in the trees. But it was real. I still have the photo of the boot print. I still have the scratches on my arms. And I haven't gone back into the woods alone since. I still wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed one more night, if I hadn't noticed the rocks, if I'd fallen asleep. Whatever it was, I know I wasn't supposed to see him. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but I did, and I'm never going back. I never thought a simple trip to a cabin in the woods would turn into one of the most frightening experiences of my life. I had planned this getaway for months. Just me, alone, away from the noise of the city, the constant hum of people, and the relentless deadlines at work. I wanted peace and quiet, a chance to breathe deeply, to think clearly, and to find some calm in the middle of nowhere. The cabin I rented was a small wooden structure deep in the forest, about 30 miles from the nearest town. It was nothing fancy, just a single room with a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and a bed that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. The previous tenants had left a few magazines and some firewood stacked outside, but otherwise it felt abandoned. That was part of the appeal. The drive there was long but peaceful. As I followed the dirt road winding through thick trees, I could feel the tension leaving my shoulders. I listened to the radio until the signal faded away, and then I switched to silence. The sound of the wind brushing through the branches, the distant calls of birds, and the crunch of gravel under my tires were the only things I heard. When I arrived, the sun was already low, painting the sky with orange and purple streaks. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and earth. I grabbed my bags and headed to the cabin. The door creaked as I opened it, revealing a dim interior bathed in the fading light. I quickly unpacked, stacking my belongings on a small table near the window. I stacked some firewood in the stove and managed to get a fire going just before darkness settled fully. The glow of the flames filled the room with warmth and comfort. I sat by the fire for a while, drinking a cup of instant coffee and staring into the dancing flames. Night fell quickly in the forest, darker than I expected. The windows revealed nothing but black, thick trees disappearing into the shadows. I was alone, truly alone, and it was both exhilarating and unsettling. I had planned to sleep early, but my mind kept wandering. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. It wasn't a ghost or anything supernatural. I don't believe in those things. It was something real, something human, or maybe an animal, but the feeling was persistent. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just nerves. The night was quiet except for the occasional sounds of wildlife. Owls hooting far off, branches snapping under the weight of small animals, the rustle of leaves. I lay in bed listening, trying to relax. Around midnight, I heard something different. A low, slow creak, like someone stepping on dry wood just outside the cabin. My heart jumped. I told myself it was probably a branch falling or a deer, but the sound came again, slower, closer. Then a faint scraping sound, like nails or claws against the wooden walls. I froze, gripping my blanket. The fire had mostly died down, leaving the room cold and dark. I got up slowly, moving toward the door with a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness outside, revealing nothing but shadows and trees. I scanned the perimeter, but there was no sign of anything. No footprints, no movement. I locked the door again and checked the windows, pulling the curtains shut. The feeling didn't go away. Every small noise made me jump. At some point, I dozed off but was woken suddenly by the sound of loud thuds. Heavy steps circling the cabin. I didn't know if it was a person or a large animal, but it was definitely something big. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The cabin was too far out. I was cut off completely. Panic started to creep in, but I tried to calm myself. If it was an animal, I was safe inside. The walls and door were solid. If it was a person, they couldn't get in without breaking the door. Hours passed, and the footsteps stopped. Morning came slowly, the gray light filtering through the trees. I opened the door cautiously and stepped outside. The ground was soft with damp leaves and pine needles. I looked for footprints or any signs of who or what had been there. I saw something that chilled me to the bone. A set of heavy boot prints circling the cabin, some of them fresh, some older. They looked like someone had been walking around all night. But why? And why hadn't they tried to come in? I decided to explore the area, hoping to find a way back to the main road or at least some sign of other people. The forest was dense and tangled, the trees close together and the undergrowth thick. It was easy to get lost. I walked for nearly 2 hours, careful to mark my path, but the forest seemed endless. The silence was broken only by the occasional call of a bird or the distant crash of a falling branch. Still, I had no cell signal, no way to call for help. Suddenly, I spotted a small clearing. In the middle was an old, rusted hunting cabin, much smaller and more rundown than mine. It looked abandoned, but I could see fresh tire tracks nearby. Someone had been here recently. My heart pounded. Maybe this was the source of the footsteps outside my cabin. Maybe there was someone else in these woods, someone not friendly. I approached cautiously, scanning the trees and bushes. The door of the hunting cabin was open, creaking in the light wind. Inside, I found old tools, an empty lantern, and scraps of food wrappers. On the ground, I spotted something even more disturbing: a makeshift campfire ring with burnt wood and ashes. Someone had been camping here, maybe watching me. Fear returned stronger than before. I didn't know if I was being watched or hunted. I felt trapped, isolated, and vulnerable. I hurried back to my cabin as quickly as I could, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. Back at my cabin, I bolted the door and windows and spent the rest of the day trying to gather my thoughts. I rationed the food and water I had brought, knowing I might have to stay longer than planned. That night, the noises outside returned, louder and more frequent. Footsteps, snapping twigs, low growls. I stayed awake all night, clutching a large kitchen knife I found in the cabin. On the third day, I noticed something terrifying. A note had been slipped under the door. It was crude, written on a torn piece of paper in uneven letters, "Leave now." I didn't know who wrote it or why. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this someone living illegally in the woods? A hunter who didn't want me there? Someone dangerous? I packed my things immediately, deciding to leave no matter what. But when I tried to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. I hadn't noticed before because the temperature had dropped sharply overnight. I was stranded. I tried calling for help again. No signal. I was alone. I spent the day trying to fix the car, checking the cables and battery connections, but nothing worked. As the sun began to set, I realized I might have to walk out on foot. That night, the footsteps were closer than ever. I heard breathing outside the cabin, heavy and slow. I pressed my back against the door, trying to stay calm. I thought about breaking a window and escaping, but I was afraid of what or who might be outside. At dawn, I gathered what little courage I had left and slipped out quietly from a side window. The air was cold and sharp, and my breath came out in puffs of white. I headed toward the main road, following the path I remembered from the drive-in. The forest was thick and unwelcoming, every sound echoing in my ears. After hours of walking, I finally saw the edge of the trees and a gravel road. I ran toward it and stopped a car passing by. The driver was surprised but helped me call the police. The officers took me back to the cabin to investigate. They found no one, no signs of recent habitation besides the footprints and the note. They said it might have been squatters or hunters who left when they saw the police. I never returned to that cabin. The experience stayed with me, the fear and isolation of those nights. I realized how vulnerable I was out there, alone and cut off from the world. I still think about those footsteps, the note, the presence that surrounded me. It wasn't a ghost or some fairy tale monster, just a real threat from another human or wild animal. And that, in the end, is what scared me the most. The cold reality that danger can hide anywhere, even in the quiet woods where you think you're safe. I wasn't planning to stay out there long. A few days, maybe a week at most. I wanted time away from the city. No work emails, no phone buzzing constantly, no sirens outside my window. I just needed silence. I'd rented a cabin up north, deep in the woods past a long stretch of back roads. It was advertised as a simple, quiet retreat, nothing fancy, just heat, a stove, and 4 walls. When I pulled off the last gravel road and started down the narrow dirt path that led to the cabin, it already felt like I'd gone too far. My truck's tires kicked up a steady cloud of dust as branches scraped the sides, and the forest grew thicker on both sides. The air was heavier there, cool, quiet, and full of mossy smells. I didn't see a single house or car once I left the paved road. That was what I wanted, though, complete solitude. The cabin was exactly what the listing described. A plain 1-story structure with a metal roof and a small deck out front. The wood siding was aged and gray. There were no other buildings in sight, no sounds of people, just the steady creak of tall trees swaying overhead and birds chirping high above. Inside, it smelled like wood smoke and dust. The place had clearly been sitting empty for a while. The furnishings were basic: an old couch, a table with 2 chairs, a small bed in the corner. There was no TV, no radio, and no internet. I had to bring my own food, my own firewood, and everything else. That was fine. I wanted things simple. The first night was uneventful. I started a fire in the wood stove to take the chill off, heated a can of soup on the propane burner, and read for a while by lantern light. The silence was comforting. My phone had no signal, and after a while, I stopped checking it. The second day, I walked the property line. The owner had told me it was 100 acres of mixed woods and hills, mostly pine and maple. I hiked up a ridge and could just make out a stream glinting in the distance. There were no fences or signs of neighboring houses, just trees. It felt good to breathe in air that hadn't passed through 100 engines and smokestacks. I didn't even hear a plane the whole day. It was the third day that I started noticing something strange. I had woken up early. It was still dark, but I couldn't sleep anymore. So I made coffee and watched the forest lighten slowly through the small window. Around mid-morning, I headed out with my backpack, hoping to find the stream I saw earlier. I followed a game trail through the underbrush, careful to mark trees with strips of red tape so I wouldn't get turned around. The woods were quiet, except for the wind in the leaves and the occasional crack of a branch under my boots. That's when I saw the first carcass. It was a deer, or had been, just bones now scattered in a small clearing. The ribcage was still mostly intact, but the skull was cracked, and several limbs had been dragged off. That's not what struck me as odd though. Animals die all the time in the wild. What was strange were the zip ties, bright orange ones looped around the legs. One was still hanging loosely off a bone, and nearby, half buried in the dirt, was a latex glove. I crouched and looked around. There were boot prints, several of them. Deep treads, possibly from heavy-duty boots. Not fresh, maybe a few days old, but clear enough to see. They didn't follow the game trail. They came from deeper in the woods, cut across the clearing, and vanished on the other side. I don't know why, but my stomach tightened. I felt like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see. I stood there a while just listening. The woods were too quiet. No birdsong. Even the wind had died down. I turned back and headed toward the cabin, walking fast and scanning the trees. Every snapping twig sounded louder. I kept feeling like someone was nearby, just out of sight. That night, I couldn't relax. I kept replaying what I saw. Who brings zip ties and gloves out into the woods? Why not just leave the carcass? There was no meat left. Whatever had been done days ago. It didn't look like a hunter's kill. It looked like something else, something clinical. I locked the cabin door that night, even though it barely had a functioning latch. The windows didn't even have curtains. I covered them with towels and sat up most of the night, listening. The next morning, I decided to explore more carefully. I took a different direction this time, heading west, away from the deer carcass. I moved slowly, checking the ground more often, watching for signs of human activity. A few hundred yards out, I found another trail, this one not made by animals. It was narrow but clearly man-made. The undergrowth was trampled, and broken branches lined the edges. I followed it for maybe 15 minutes before I found the blind. It was a makeshift hunting blind, built into a small rise with a tarp draped across branches for cover. Inside, there were beer cans, food wrappers, and a pair of binoculars on a rock. There was also a small metal box tucked beneath a camo blanket. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside were dozens of spent shell casings, mostly rifle rounds, and tucked underneath those was something I wish I hadn't seen. A bundle of laminated ID cards, not licenses, not hunting tags, state IDs, driver's licenses. Some were from out of state. A few were bent and dirty. One looked like it had dried blood on it. I just stood there, staring at them. My hands started to shake. I don't know how long I stood there, but I finally put everything back exactly how I found it, covered it, and backed away. As I started walking back, I noticed something that chilled me more than anything else so far. My boot prints from earlier, the ones I'd made walking in, were partly gone. There were other prints over them. I hadn't heard anyone. I hadn't seen anyone, but someone had been near me, probably while I was at the blind. That's when I stopped going for walks. The rest of that day I spent inside the cabin. I kept the lantern off and only used a flashlight sparingly. I listened for sounds outside. Footsteps, branches breaking, anything. The forest was mostly silent, but I thought I heard movement once or twice. couldn't be sure. Could have been an animal. At one point, I thought I saw something move in the treeline, just a flicker of motion. When I looked closer, there was nothing there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching the cabin, just sitting quietly in the trees, waiting. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I just shoved my gear into my bag and grabbed the keys. The cabin didn't have much to lock up, so I just shut the door behind me and made for the truck. But when I got to where I'd parked, I stopped cold. There were footprints in the dirt beside the driver's side door. Several of them. One set was facing the door. Another looked like someone had walked a few steps away, then come back. There were also small bits of plastic on the ground. Cut zip tie. A torn corner of a latex glove. I scanned the woods around me. My chest was pounding. I felt completely exposed. I got in and started the engine. The truck rumbled to life, but I could hardly think. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting someone to step out of the trees. I backed up fast, nearly hit a stump, then pulled down the narrow dirt road as fast as I could without blowing a tire. I didn't stop until I hit the pavement. Once I got a signal, I called the county sheriff's office. I didn't tell them everything, just said I'd found signs of illegal hunting and strange items in the woods near the property. The dispatcher didn't sound too surprised. She just said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard anything after that. When I got back home, I didn't sleep for 2 days. I kept going over everything in my head. Those ID cards, the gloves, the prints near the cabin. The fact that someone had been near me, possibly watching, while I was out in the woods. A week later, I tried to check the cabin listing again. It was gone. No listing, no rental site. The entire page had been pulled. I even called the number I had saved from the original ad. Disconnected. I looked up the address through the county assessor's office. The property was owned by an LLC, one of those shell companies. No name attached. I filed an anonymous tip with a federal wildlife agency, explaining what I found in more detail this time, including the box of shell casings and IDs. I never heard back. That was a year ago. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed longer. If I hadn't noticed the signs. If I had opened the door one morning and found someone standing outside. I think I was being warned. Those prints near the truck, the glove, the cut zip tie. It was a message. We know you're here. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I don't plan to. It started with a break from everything. I had been working 2 jobs for nearly a year, trying to patch up the debt left after my brother's surgery and the fallout from my divorce. I wasn't looking for a vacation. I was looking for somewhere I could go and not speak, not answer a phone, not look at a computer screen or think about bills. I wanted to sit in one place for hours without feeling like I was wasting time. I wanted to be in the middle of nowhere, where even if someone tried to reach me, they couldn't. So I rented a small cabin up north in Vermont, about 3 hours from where I lived. I found it on a small site that listed off-grid rentals. It didn't even have a proper address, just GPS coordinates and a list of vague directions. It said, no electricity, no plumbing, with stove for heat, well, water only. That was what I wanted. No distractions, just quiet. I drove up on a Thursday morning. The last half hour of the drive was down a dirt road that wasn't really maintained. I had to go around 2 fallen trees and through a shallow ditch just to keep going. My car wasn't made for this kind of thing, but I took it slow. The directions told me that after a narrow wooden bridge, there'd be a clearing on the right, and that would be the turnoff. Sure enough, I saw it. Just 2 wooden stakes on each side of a narrow trail barely wider than my car. The cabin was maybe a 1/4 mile down that trail, tucked between tall pines and a wide open field that looked like it hadn't been touched in a decade. The grass was up to my waist in some spots, flat in others like deer or something bigger had been bedding down there. The cabin itself was simple, single room, wood walls, tiny porch out front with 2 chairs. The key had been left under a rock by the door, just like the owner said. Inside was exactly what I expected. A small cot in the corner with a scratchy wool blanket. A little table, a wood stove, and a few shelves with canned food, matches, a kettle, and a few tools. There was even a note from the owner warning that there was no cell signal for miles and that if I needed to reach civilization in an emergency, I'd have to hike back to the main road and hope to flag someone down. That suited me just fine. I wasn't planning on emergencies. I wanted nothing but silence. The first day was exactly what I needed. I gathered some wood from the pile out back, got a fire going in the stove, and made myself a little meal using one of the cans, beans and bacon. Tasted terrible, but it filled me up. I sat outside for a few hours on the porch, listening to nothing but wind and insects and the creaking of trees. The sun set slow and red, disappearing behind the trees on the far side of the field. I stayed out until the cold drove me inside. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The second day, I started to get a little more curious about the area. I didn't want to wander too far. There weren't any marked trails and I didn't want to get turned around, but I walked out into the field just to stretch my legs. It was a strange place, that field. There was no house in sight except for the cabin. No barns, no fences. But there were old signs that someone had worked this land once. Rusted bits of metal half buried in the soil, broken pieces of wood that looked like parts of a fence, and an old iron will lying half covered in grass. In the middle of the field was a small rise, almost like a little hill. Nothing huge, just a few feet higher than the rest. I made my way to the top and looked back toward the cabin. From there, I could just barely see the roof through the trees. It made me feel even more alone than I had before. That night was colder. I had to keep the fire going longer, and the wind outside got louder. I could hear it howling through the trees, making the whole cabin creak slightly. I wasn't scared, just aware of how far away I was from anything. No headlights on the road, no planes overhead. Just wind, trees, and the cracking of the fire. I didn't start feeling uneasy until the third night. It wasn't anything obvious, just a sense that something wasn't right. I had been sitting outside again, watching the sun go down. Same routine. But when I turned to go back inside, I had this feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked out toward the field but didn't see anything. Still, I stood there for a few minutes, staring into that tall grass. The wind was stronger that evening, and it made the grass ripple and shift. For a second, I thought I saw movement, something bigger than the grass. But when I looked harder, it was gone. Inside, I locked the door. Not that it mattered much. It was just a flimsy wooden thing with a simple bolt. Anyone who wanted to get in could do it with a decent push. But it made me feel better. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept hearing things. Cracking branches, something brushing against the outside wall. Once, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, careful steps. But when I forced myself to get up and check through the window, there was nothing. The next morning, I went out to look around. Nothing seemed disturbed. The grass was still flattened in random spots from where deer had probably laid down. I walked out to the middle of the field again, stood on that rise and looked around. Everything looked the same, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been out there the night before. I almost packed up and left that day, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. I had come out here for quiet, and now the silence was playing tricks on me. I spent the rest of the day reading an old book I'd brought and chopping more wood. I left the axe leaning against the wall near the front door. That evening, I didn't sit out on the porch. I stayed inside with the fire going. I lit one of the oil lamps and tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. I'd covered most of them with the old curtain the owner had hung up, but there were gaps. I kept thinking about how someone could be standing out there, watching. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to complete silence and a cold stove. I sat up on the cot and listened. Nothing. No wind, no bugs, just stillness. Then I heard it. A soft thump. Not loud, like something had been dropped or stepped on. I got up quietly and grabbed the axe from beside the door. My heart was racing. I moved to the window and slowly peeked through the edge of the curtain. The field was empty, but there was something strange. A section of the grass, maybe 40 feet from the cabin, was flattened in a perfect path, like someone had walked through it very recently. And there, just barely visible in the moonlight, was a figure, standing at the top of the little rise in the field. Not moving, just standing. I stood there for maybe a minute, watching. The figure didn't move. It looked like a man, tall, thin, wearing something dark. I couldn't see his face, I wanted to believe it was just a shadow or a trick of the light, but I knew better. I stepped away from the window and sat on the cot, clutching the axe. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. In the morning, the figure was gone. The grass still showed that narrow path leading to the rise, and I could see new flattened areas like someone had walked around out there. I went out to the field, slowly, axe in hand. I didn't see anything left behind, no footprints, no trash, no clothing. Just those trails in the grass. I stayed close to the cabin the rest of the day. I didn't eat. I didn't read. I just sat with the door bolted, axe next to me, and listened. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I left the lamp off and just sat in the dark by the window, watching. At around 2 in the morning, I saw him again. He was closer this time, maybe 20 feet from the cabin, just standing at the edge of the tree line, still silent. I didn't open the door. I didn't go outside. I just watched him. He didn't move for a long time. And then, without a sound, he stepped back into the trees and vanished. I left at dawn. I packed my things in less than 10 minutes and carried everything back up the trail to my car. I didn't stop for anything. I drove over those bumps and ruts without caring. I didn't look back. When I got home, I messaged the owner and told him I left early. I didn't explain why. He didn't ask. I never went back. A few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I looked up the property again. The listing was gone. The owner's profile was deleted. The GPS coordinates led to a blank page. It was like it had never been there. I don't know who that man was. I don't know if he lived nearby, or if he'd been watching me since I arrived. I don't know what would have happened if I had stayed another night. But I do know this. He wanted me to see him. He stood in the open more than once. He didn't try to hide. He wanted me to know he was out there. And maybe, just maybe, he was waiting for the night I opened the door. I never will. I had planned the trip to the cabin in the woods for months. It was supposed to be a quiet escape from the city noise and the endless work stress that had built up over the last year. I had wanted nothing but peace, fresh air, and some time to clear my head. The cabin was old but solid. It sat on the edge of a dense forest, about 2 hours away from the nearest town. I had found it through a website that rented out small places owned by private people. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine trees, with a narrow dirt road leading to it. No phone signal, no neighbors nearby, just the forest and me. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun low in the sky and a cool breeze in the air. The dirt road was rough, with potholes and patches of mud, but my old SUV handled it well enough. When I finally reached the cabin, I parked beside it and looked around. The forest stretched in every direction, dense and thick, with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The cabin looked like it hadn't been used in a while. The wood was weathered and dark, and the windows were dusty. A small porch wrapped around the front, with a rusty metal chair and a wooden bench. The door was locked, but a key was hidden in a flower pot next to it, just like the instructions had said. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. There was a small living area with a wood-burning stove, a kitchen corner with a gas burner, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed in the back. The furniture was old and worn but sturdy. A few shelves held some dishes, pots, and pans. There was a small stack of firewood by the door and some kindling in a box. The windows were covered with thick curtains, but I pulled them open to let in the last light. The air smelled of dust and old wood, but it was clean. I unpacked my bag, setting out my clothes and food. I had brought canned goods, bottled water, instant coffee, and some snacks. No internet or TV, just me and the quiet. I liked the idea of being disconnected, at least for a few days. After unpacking, I chopped some wood for the stove and lit a fire. The warmth filled the room, and the crackling sound was comforting. Outside, the sky was darkening, the stars beginning to peek through the trees. I sat by the stove with a cup of coffee, feeling calm. As night fell, the woods around the cabin grew alive with sounds. The wind rustled the pine needles, small animals scurried through the brush, and distant owls hooted. I had read that bears and other wildlife lived in the area, but I hadn't seen anything yet. The first night passed quietly, the fire burning low in the stove. I slept well on the creaky bed, waking only once to the sound of a branch tapping the window. The second day was warm and sunny. I spent most of it exploring the nearby forest. The trees were tall and close together, the ground soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. I followed a narrow trail that curved around a small creek. The water was clear and cold, running over smooth stones. I stopped to drink some and rest, watching a family of deer grazing nearby. It was peaceful and beautiful. I took photos with my phone, but there was no signal to send them. I liked that too, no distractions. Back at the cabin, I started gathering firewood for the evening. I was careful to avoid any dead branches that looked unstable. The forest felt alive, but in a quiet, natural way. Nothing to fear. I cooked a simple dinner over the gas burner and ate while watching the sunset through the window. The colors were soft and warm, fading slowly into night. I went to bed early, tired from the day's walk. The third day began cloudy and cool. I decided to stay inside the cabin, reading an old book I had brought along. The fire kept the room warm, and the quiet helped me focus. As the day went on, the wind picked up outside. The trees bent and swayed, and the rain started lightly tapping on the roof. I watched the drops slide down the window panes, feeling cozy and safe. But then I heard it, a noise outside, soft but distinct. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving branches, but it sounded too deliberate. Something scraping against the side of the cabin. I froze and listened. The rain covered most sounds, but that scraping continued. I got up slowly and peeked through the window. The porch was empty. No animals, no people. Just the wet wood and the blowing leaves. I checked the door locks and windows, making sure everything was secure. My heart was pounding. I tried to tell myself it was probably a branch caught in the wind or some animal looking for shelter. Still, I felt uneasy. The forest was too quiet now, as if it was holding its breath. Later that night, the noise returned. This time, louder and closer. Scratches on the door frame, quick taps on the window. I stayed near the stove, fire burning brightly. I didn't want to go outside, but I also couldn't just wait. I grabbed a flashlight and a heavy metal rod I found in the corner. If whatever it was tried to come inside, I was ready. The night stretched long and tense. Every sound made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, carrying strange noises that I couldn't place. Branches snapped somewhere far away. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move just outside the porch light. I held my breath, gripping the rod tightly. Then the sound stopped. Silence, thick and heavy. Morning came slowly, gray and wet. I was exhausted and shaky. I ate a quick breakfast, packed some things, and decided I wouldn't stay another night. I wanted to leave the cabin and the forest behind. But when I stepped outside, I saw the reason for the noises. On the porch, scratched into the wooden floorboards, were deep gouges, long and jagged. They didn't look like animal scratches, too straight, too sharp. Then I noticed the footprints in the soft mud around the cabin. They were large, heavy, and oddly spaced. Someone had been here, watching me. I checked my phone, no signal. The dirt road was slippery from the rain, but the SUV was still parked where I left it. I started the engine and looked around one last time. The forest seemed darker now, the trees closer and more threatening. The drive back was slow and tense. Every noise outside the vehicle made me glance nervously at the rearview mirror. I stuck to the road, avoiding any shortcuts. The town's lights were a welcome sight, and I felt relief wash over me when I finally parked at a gas station. I called the rental owner to explain I was leaving early. They seemed surprised but understood. I told them about the scratches and footprints. They said no one else had stayed there recently, and they would check it out. That night, safe in a hotel, I lay awake thinking about the cabin. The isolation, the noises, the scratches, it wasn't the forest or animals. Someone had been close enough to scare me without showing themselves. The fear wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was real people lurking in the dark woods, watching. I never went back to that cabin, and I don't plan to. The idea of being alone in the woods, vulnerable and hunted, still haunts me. The city noise might be loud, but it's safe. The forest hides secrets, and some of them are better left alone. I had always wanted to get away from the city for a while. The noise, the crowds, the constant rush. It was wearing me down. When I found that old cabin for rent deep in the woods, I thought it would be the perfect place to clear my head and be alone for a few days. I didn't expect it to turn into one of the scariest experiences of my life. The cabin was nothing fancy. It was small, wooden, and sat on the edge of a dense forest. No electricity, no cell signal, just a dirt road leading up to it and miles of trees all around. The kind of place where you could hear every snap of a twig and every rustle of leaves. I told myself that was exactly what I wanted, to get back to nature and escape technology. The first day went well. I arrived early afternoon and spent some time walking around the property. The forest was thick, with tall pines and oaks stretching into the sky. The ground was covered in fallen leaves and moss. Birds chirped quietly, and a cool breeze made the leaves whisper softly. The cabin itself was rustic, with a stone fireplace, wooden floors, and a small kitchen area. It smelled of old wood and something like pine sap. The windows were dusty but let in enough light to keep the place from feeling dark. I unpacked my bag, set up my sleeping bag on the small bed, and built a fire in the fireplace. I wanted to feel warm and safe. I cooked some canned beans over the fire and ate while watching the flames dance. Outside, the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the trees. That night, I lay awake for a long time. The silence was almost too quiet, the kind of silence that makes every sound seem louder. I heard animals moving outside, small scurrying sounds, but nothing that worried me. Still, I felt a little uneasy, like something was watching me from the dark woods. I told myself it was just my imagination. The next day, I decided to explore the forest. I packed some water and snacks and set off on a trail I found behind the cabin. The trail was narrow and winding, covered with fallen branches and rocks. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The trees blocked out most of the sunlight, and the air was cooler and damper. I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, maybe a deer or a squirrel, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. After a couple of hours, I reached a small clearing with a pond. The water was still and dark, reflecting the sky and trees perfectly. It was peaceful here, and I sat down on a fallen log to rest. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. I wasn't surprised. I felt a strange mix of calm and unease. The forest was beautiful but felt isolating. On the way back, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped and listened. There was nothing but the rustling of leaves in the wind. Still, I quickened my pace, eager to get back to the cabin. That night was worse. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked out the window, I thought I saw shadows moving between the trees. I kept the fire going longer than usual, even though the smoke made my eyes sting. The cabin felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I had been dreaming about someone outside the cabin, standing just beyond the trees. My heart pounded. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just a nightmare, but the feeling stayed. I got up and checked all the doors and windows. They were locked tight. Then I heard it, something scratching at the back door. Slow, deliberate scratches. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't an animal. It sounded too big, too deliberate. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood and stayed quiet in the corner, listening as the scratching stopped and then started again. It went on for what felt like hours. I stayed awake, clutching the wood, waiting for the sun. When the first light came through the dusty windows, the scratching stopped. I was exhausted but relieved. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. The back door showed deep scratch marks and some mud footprints. They were large, definitely not from a small animal. I felt a chill. Whoever or whatever had been there was close, maybe still nearby. I thought about leaving, but the nearest town was a long drive down a rough dirt road. My car was parked outside the property, and I didn't want to risk walking through the woods alone. I decided to stay another day, but I was more cautious. That day, I kept watch from the cabin windows. I noticed fresh footprints in the mud leading into the woods and coming back. There were broken branches and crushed plants along the path. Whoever had been there was moving through the forest, close enough to watch me. I tried to keep busy. I cleaned up the cabin, gathered firewood, and made a list of supplies to buy next time. But my mind kept returning to the scratches on the door and the footprints. What if someone was living in the woods nearby? What if they saw me as an intruder? That night, I set up a makeshift alarm by tying tin cans to a rope near the door. I was not going to be caught off guard again. I also kept a knife beside me in bed, something to defend myself with if needed. But around 2 in the morning, the tin cans clattered loudly. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the knife. I moved toward the window and looked out, but all I saw was darkness. The wind had picked up, blowing leaves and branches against the cabin. The sounds could have been the wind or something else. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes wide, knife in hand. The sun was the only thing that made me feel safe again. On the 3rd day, I planned to leave. I packed everything quickly, trying not to think about the nights or the strange noises. As I walked toward my car, I saw fresh footprints leading off the property. They were much larger than mine and recent. I realized someone had been watching me the whole time, maybe even living close by. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. After that trip, I never went back to the cabin or any similar place alone. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that the wilderness can be beautiful but also dangerous. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real people and real threats hidden in the quiet woods. I still remember the day I decided to spend a weekend alone in that cabin deep in the woods. It was supposed to be a quiet break from the noise of city life, a chance to clear my head and get some fresh air, the kind of trip where you pack your bags with just the basics, leave your phone mostly off, and settle in for a few days of silence. I had no idea it would turn into one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. The cabin was old but sturdy, built sometime in the mid-20th century. It sat near the edge of a dense forest, close to a small, slow-moving river that cut through the valley. The road there was rough, mostly dirt and gravel, winding through the hills and under thick canopies of trees. I drove the last few miles slowly, careful not to lose traction or hit one of the larger potholes that dotted the path. The engine of my car grumbled over the uneven ground, the tires kicking up dust as I finally reached the cabin's small clearing. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No birds singing, no wind rustling the leaves, not even the distant hum of insects. The whole area felt still, too still almost. I remember standing outside the car, taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, and trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that crept up my spine. It was a warm late summer day, and the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The cabin was made of rough timber logs, weathered and gray, with a tin roof that clanged softly in the occasional breeze. The porch was narrow, with a single rocking chair that had seen better days. I pulled my bags out of the car, feeling the weight of solitude settling over me. No cell signal, no internet, just me, the cabin, and the wilderness. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and faint mildew. It was small, a single room with a kitchenette on one side, a wood-burning stove against the wall, and a narrow bed pushed into a corner. The windows were dusty, letting in streaks of sunlight that made the dust motes dance in the air. There was a small table, a couple of folding chairs, and a stack of firewood piled near the stove. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting my things down carefully. I had brought a few canned foods, a flashlight, some bottled water, a first aid kit, and a book. I wanted to disconnect from everything, but I still kept my instincts sharp. I lit a fire in the stove, the crackling flames adding some warmth and light to the otherwise quiet room. Outside, the forest stood silent, darkening as the sun slipped behind the hills. That first night, I slept with the windows slightly open to let in the fresh air. The wind had picked up, and I could hear it sighing through the trees. It was comforting at first, but then I started hearing other noises. faint, irregular sounds that didn't quite fit the usual forest chorus. A branch snapping here, a rustle in the underbrush there. I told myself it was just animals moving around. Deer, raccoons, maybe some birds settling in for the night. Around midnight, I woke up to a sharp noise outside. It was close, like something heavy dragging along the ground. My heart pounded as I stayed perfectly still, listening. The sound stopped suddenly, as if whoever or whatever it was noticed me. I reached for the flashlight on the bedside table and shone it out the window, but the clearing was empty. No shapes, no movement, just the dark, looming trees. I tried to go back to sleep, but the noise kept echoing in my mind. Every little sound now seemed amplified. The creaking of the cabin, the soft whistle of the wind, even the steady crackle of the dying fire. I kept hearing something moving outside, just beyond the edge of the clearing. The next morning, I found the door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. The latch was bent, the metal scratched and worn. My stomach twisted with worry, but I told myself I must have been careless. Maybe the wind had pushed it open. I went outside to check for signs of intrusion. The ground around the cabin showed some footprints, but they weren't mine. They were large, messy prints, half covered by fallen leaves. I couldn't tell if they were human or animal, but they were definitely fresh. For the rest of the day, I kept the doors locked and the windows shut tight. I didn't want to attract any attention. I stayed inside, trying to read, but I kept looking over my shoulder. Every so often, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the clearing, a shadow slipping between the trees. It wasn't a deer, it was something else. I felt watched, hunted even, by an unseen presence. As night fell again, the forest seemed to close in on me. The sounds grew louder, sharper. The dragging noise returned, this time closer, circling the cabin like a predator stalking its prey. I stayed up all night, flashlight in hand, scanning the darkness. When the fire finally died, I used my lighter to light a candle and sat near the stove, trying to keep calm. On the third day, I decided I had enough. I packed my things quickly, checking and double-checking the locks. I started the car and got ready to leave. But as I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again. Nothing. The car was dead. Panic set in. I was trapped in the middle of nowhere with no cell service and no working car. The nearest town was miles away, and the only path out was the rough dirt road I had driven in on. I grabbed my backpack and flashlight and decided to walk. I kept my senses alert, moving fast but carefully over the rocky path. The sun was already dipping low, and shadows lengthened across the forest floor. I heard the noises again, the dragging, the snapping twigs, the rustling leaves. It was getting closer. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. Every step I took was fueled by fear and adrenaline. After what felt like hours, I saw the faint glow of headlights in the distance. Relief flooded through me. I waved my arms, shouting until a pickup truck slowed down and stopped. The driver was a middle-aged man who didn't say much. He agreed to give me a ride to the nearest gas station where I could call for help. On the way, I glanced back at the cabin area one last time. The forest was silent again, but I knew what I had heard, what I had felt. Days later, I found out that the cabin and the surrounding woods had a dark reputation. People said strange things happened there. Hikers disappearing, unexplained tracks, and odd noises. But the locals never talked much about it, as if they were scared to attract attention. I never went back. I never stayed in the woods alone again. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the dragging sound in my mind, and I wonder what or who was really out there, waiting in the darkness just beyond the trees. It started like any normal trip. I had been looking forward to a break from the noise and rush of the city, a chance to get away from everything and clear my mind. I found a small, old cabin for rent deep in the woods, far from any town or busy road. The pictures online showed a simple wooden building with a porch, a stone fireplace, and a small garden outside. It seemed perfect. I booked it for 3 nights, packed my bags, and set out early on a Friday morning. The drive itself was quiet, the highway giving way to smaller roads, and then finally to a gravel path that twisted through tall trees. The forest was dense and green, the kind of place where the sunlight barely touched the ground because the leaves blocked most of it. I remember feeling a strange mix of excitement and nervousness as I turned the final corner and saw the cabin ahead. The cabin looked even smaller and older than the pictures, but that was part of its charm. It was built from rough timber logs, the roof covered with moss in some places. A few wooden rocking chairs sat on the porch, and a rusted old wheelbarrow rested near the side. I parked my car nearby and stepped out, feeling the cool air on my skin. It was early spring, but the forest still smelled of damp earth and old leaves. I opened the door and stepped inside. The smell of wood and something faintly musty filled the air. The cabin was sparsely furnished. A wooden table and chairs, a small kitchenette with an old stove, and a bed in the corner with a thick wool blanket. A stack of firewood sat by the fireplace. The windows had no curtains, just dusty glass that let in the dim light from outside. I unpacked my bag and started making the place feel a little more like home. I found some matches and lit a fire in the fireplace, feeling the warmth spread through the room. Outside, the trees swayed gently in the breeze, the only sounds the occasional bird call or the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. That first night, I went to bed early. The silence was overwhelming. No cars, no streetlights, just the deep quiet of the forest. I fell asleep listening to the crackling fire, feeling calm but aware of how alone I was. The next day, I woke up to the sun filtering weakly through the trees. I had planned to explore the area, maybe take a walk on one of the nearby trails marked on a map I found in the cabin's drawer. After breakfast, I put on my hiking boots and grabbed my backpack with water, snacks, and a first aid kit. The trail started behind the cabin, a narrow dirt path winding through the trees. The forest was thick with pine and fir trees, their branches heavy with needles that brushed against my jacket as I walked. The air was fresh and smelled of pine sap and moist soil. I saw deer tracks in the mud and small birds darting through the branches. At first, the walk was peaceful, even beautiful. But as the hours passed, I began to notice things that unsettled me. The trail grew narrower and less used. The underbrush was thick, and I had to push branches aside to keep moving. The forest seemed darker here, even though it was midday. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thicker and knottier. I came across an old fallen tree that blocked the path. The roots were upturned and tangled, and the bark was covered with moss and fungus. Around it, the ground was soft and wet. I had to step carefully to avoid slipping. As I moved past it, I heard a snapping sound behind me, like a branch breaking. I stopped and looked back but saw nothing except the thick trees and shadows. I kept walking, but my heart was beating faster now. The forest was so quiet. No birds, no wind. It was almost like the whole world was holding its breath. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe an animal or a branch falling naturally. After about an hour, I reached a small clearing with a shallow pond. The water was still and murky, covered in fallen leaves. I sat on a rock and drank some water. The sun came out from behind the clouds, and the light made the wet leaves sparkle. I felt a little better, but when I stood up to head back, I realized something. The trail behind me looked different. I walked a few steps and saw the familiar tree with a broken branch, but when I turned around again, the path looked unfamiliar. The trees didn't seem to be where I remembered them. I tried to tell myself I was just tired or that the forest looked the same everywhere, but a cold feeling settled in my stomach. I took out the map from my backpack and looked at it again. The trail was supposed to curve right here, but what I saw didn't match the map. I started walking back the way I thought I had come, but the forest seemed to close in around me. Every step felt slower, like the ground was trying to pull me down. The sky dimmed as clouds moved over the sun. I kept looking for signs. A broken branch, a rock, anything I could use to find my way. Hours passed, or maybe less, I wasn't sure. I was tired and thirsty, and my legs were aching. I kept telling myself to stay calm and not panic. But the silence, the dark woods, and the feeling that I was being watched made it hard. At one point, I heard a noise in the distance, a faint rustling, like footsteps. My heart jumped. I stopped and listened, holding my breath. The sound moved closer, then stopped. Then it started again, but it was irregular, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. I started walking faster, trying to put distance between me and the noise. The trail was lost now. I was moving blindly through thick bushes and over roots. I scratched my arms and legs on the branches. I tripped several times but kept going. Eventually, I came to a narrow stream. I crossed it by jumping from stone to stone. On the other side, I found what looked like a dirt road, wider and clearer. I followed it, hoping it would lead back to the cabin or to some sign of civilization. The road was empty and stretched for miles, winding through the forest. After a long walk, I saw a faint outline of a building in the distance. Maybe a house or another cabin. I ran towards it, relieved. When I got close, the building looked abandoned. The windows were broken, and the door hung open. I didn't want to go inside, so I kept walking down the road. After another hour, I finally heard the sound of a car engine. I followed the noise and soon came to a small gravel road where a truck was parked. A man was standing by it, looking in my direction. I called out and waved. He walked over, and I explained I was lost. He said I had taken a wrong turn somewhere and that the forest could be confusing. He gave me some water and helped me get back to the main road. Relief flooded over me. When I finally returned to the cabin, it was dark, and the fire had long died out. I sat by the fireplace, shaking. I kept thinking about the feeling of being lost, the quiet that was too quiet, the noise that followed me. It was real fear, not the kind from stories or movies. That night, I stayed awake until dawn, too scared to close my eyes. I kept the fire burning and listened to every sound outside. I realized the forest was dangerous not because of monsters, but because it could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. The last day I packed quickly and left early. I didn't take any more walks. The silence and the trees that had seemed so peaceful now felt like they were watching me. Driving back to the city, I thought about how small and fragile I felt out there. The cabin, the woods, the quiet. They were all beautiful, but also unforgiving. I understood why people respected nature, why they prepared carefully, and why they never underestimated how easy it is to lose your way. I never went back to that cabin or forest. But sometimes, when I'm in a busy city street or a crowded room, I still feel that cold tightness in my chest. The same feeling I had when I realized I was lost and alone in those endless trees. I learned something important that trip. It's not about ghosts or legends. The scariest things are the ones that can actually happen. Losing yourself, feeling helpless, and facing the raw power of nature without any help. That's a fear I'll never forget. I had been planning the trip for months. The city was too loud and overwhelming, and I craved silence, something real and untouched. I wanted to be somewhere remote, away from phones, people, and everything that reminded me of daily life. I found a small cabin for rent online, deep in the woods of a national forest several hours away from any town. The pictures showed a simple wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine trees and a small lake just a short walk away. The place looked peaceful, perfect for getting away and clearing my mind. The drive was long and mostly quiet. The roads became narrower and more winding the closer I got. The signs warning about wildlife and advising caution started to appear. The air smelled fresher as I drove further into the forest. By the time I parked my car near the gravel driveway leading to the cabin, the sun was low and casting long shadows across the trees. The cabin was just as I had seen in the photos. It was small but solid, made of dark wood with a stone chimney, a porch wrapped around one side, with a few wooden chairs set up to face the forest. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of wood and something faintly musty, like the cabin had not been used for a while. The main room had a small kitchen corner, a wood stove, and a table. A narrow hallway led to 2 bedrooms and a small bathroom. I unpacked my things slowly, trying to settle into the quiet. The walls were thin, and the floorboards creaked underfoot, but it felt safe. I stacked some firewood near the stove and lit a small fire, the flames casting warm orange light across the room. Outside, the forest was already darkening, the sky fading from pale blue to deep navy. I looked out the window toward the lake, barely visible beyond the trees. The water was calm, reflecting the last light of day. That first night, the silence was almost too much. No hum of electricity, no distant cars or city sounds. Just the wind brushing through the pine needles and the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the woods. I lay awake for a while, listening. At some point, a sound from outside made me sit up. It was faint but distinct, a scraping noise near the porch. I turned on a flashlight and stepped outside. The beam cut through the dark, shining over the porch and the nearby bushes. Nothing moved. The only sound was the wind. I checked the ground, expecting maybe a branch had fallen or an animal had passed by, but the dirt and gravel were undisturbed. I shrugged and went back inside, locking the door carefully. The fire had died down, so I lit another log. Eventually, exhaustion took me and I fell asleep. The next day was quiet but uneventful. I explored the area around the cabin, walking down to the lake. The water was cold and clear, with smooth stones on the shore. I sat there for a while, watching the ripples and listening to birds. There were no other cabins visible, and no trails marked nearby. It was just me and the forest. That afternoon, while chopping wood for the stove, I noticed something strange. Near the edge of the tree line, a few feet away from the cabin, I saw what looked like footprints in the soft earth. They were fresh, deep, and led toward the woods. I traced them with my boot. They looked human. Adult size, no shoes, just bare footprints. I stopped and looked around. No one was visible. A chill ran down my back. Who else was out here? I told myself it might be an animal or maybe someone hiking earlier that day. The area wasn't locked or fenced off. Still, the feeling of being watched crept in. I went back inside quickly and double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. That evening, I sat by the fire again. The wind picked up, and the trees groaned softly. Suddenly, I heard another noise outside. This time it was clearer, footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway. The cabin was on a dead-end dirt road, so it couldn't be a car. I grabbed my flashlight and edged to the window. The beam swept over the driveway, but no one was there. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the porch. I held my breath, watching. After a moment, a small object rolled onto the porch steps. I went outside cautiously, shining the light around. It was a smooth, round stone with a small hole in the center. I picked it up and felt the cold surface. It looked like a handmade bead or part of some craft. I brought it inside and sat down, my heart pounding. Why would someone leave this here? Was someone watching me? The cabin suddenly felt too small, too exposed. I closed the curtains and turned on all the lights. I decided to stay awake a little longer, keeping an eye out the windows. Over the next day, I kept noticing strange things. At first subtle, small piles of sticks arranged in odd shapes near the trees, a few more stones placed on the porch railing, and always those bare footprints in the dirt closer and closer to the cabin. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I didn't see anyone, but I knew I wasn't alone. My phone had no signal, so calling for help wasn't an option. The nearest town was hours away, and I had no way to get there quickly. I tried to focus on normal things, cooking, cleaning, reading, but the unease grew heavier. One afternoon, I went out to gather water from the lake. I carried a bucket and filled it at the shore. The air was cool, and the forest felt alive with birds and insects. Still, every now and then, I thought I heard something behind me. A twig snapping, leaves rustling. But when I turned, no one was there. The shadows seemed longer, darker. When I returned to the cabin, I found a new message left on the porch. This time it wasn't a stone or sticks, but a small piece of torn paper. The handwriting was messy but legible. It said, "Leave." My hands trembled as I read it. I felt trapped. I wanted to leave, but I had to stay the rest of the weekend I had paid for. Panic started to build, but I forced myself to stay calm. I went inside, locked all the doors and windows, and checked the cabin from top to bottom. That night, sleep was impossible. Every sound made me jump. The wind howled, branches scratched against the walls, and outside, something moved. The footprints around the cabin multiplied. I sat awake, clutching a heavy flashlight like a weapon. At some point, I heard footsteps coming up the driveway again. I shone the light out the window. A figure stood just beyond the porch, shadowed and still. I couldn't see any features, only the outline of a person. My breath caught. I wanted to scream or run, but my body was frozen. After what felt like hours, the figure turned and disappeared into the trees. I stayed awake until dawn, watching, waiting. When the first light came, I left the cabin immediately and drove back to town, my heart pounding. Later, I reported the incident to the forest rangers. They said there had been recent reports of trespassers in the area, people who targeted isolated cabins for theft or worse. They advised me not to return to the cabin and to always check for any signs of activity before renting places so remote. That weekend in the cabin taught me something important about isolation. Nature is beautiful and peaceful, but when alone, vulnerability can make small things terrifying. Being out there, cut off from help, with someone unknown watching me, was a feeling I never want to experience again. I didn't return to that cabin. Instead, I found other ways to escape, places safer and less remote. The memories of that weekend, the footprints in the dirt, and the feeling of eyes on me stayed with me for a long time. I learned to respect not just the wilderness, but also the reality that sometimes the scariest thing in the woods is another person. I have always been drawn to the woods, the quiet, the trees, the fresh air. There's something about being far away from the noise of the world that calms me. I grew up in the city, surrounded by traffic, people, and constant noise. For years, I wanted a break from all of that. So, when the chance came to spend a week in a cabin deep in the forest, I jumped at it. It was a small, rustic cabin with no internet, no phone signal, and very little in the way of modern comforts. Just me, a stack of books, a few basic supplies, and the woods. The cabin was about 3 hours from the nearest town, tucked in a patch of forest that was mostly untouched. It was an old hunting cabin, built maybe 50 years ago. The wood was weathered and gray, and the windows were small and covered with thick glass. The door was heavy and made of solid wood. Inside, there was a stone fireplace, a simple wooden table, 2 chairs, and a bed frame with a thin mattress. No electricity, no running water, just a small well outside and a wood stove for heat. The first day was peaceful. The sun shone through the trees, casting long shadows on the forest floor. I walked around the area, took in the fresh smell of pine and moss, and listened to the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. The only sounds were natural, nothing man-made. Felt like stepping back in time to a place before the rush of modern life. At night, the forest was darker and quieter than I expected. The sky was clear, the stars bright and countless. I built a small fire in the stove, sat close to it, and read by the flickering light. I felt safe, secure in the simplicity of the place. I was alone, but I didn't feel lonely. It was a chance to disconnect, to breathe. But the quiet started to change over the next couple of days. I noticed sounds I hadn't heard before, branches snapping in the distance, far off but sharp in the still air. The feeling of being watched, a prickling on the back of my neck whenever I stepped outside. The woods seemed alive in a way that was no longer comforting. I tried to tell myself it was normal. Wild animals moved through the forest. Deer, maybe a fox, or raccoons rummaging at night. That explained the noises. But some things didn't add up. Footprints in the mud near the cabin that weren't animal tracks. Deep, heavy boot prints, too large to be a deer or a fox. They looked fresh, like someone had walked close by just recently. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was staying. I was off the grid on purpose. No phone signal, no way to call for help. My car was parked a good distance from the cabin, behind thick trees and bushes, hidden from view. I liked it that way, but now, seeing those footprints near the cabin, I felt a knot of fear twist in my stomach. I decided to stay inside as much as possible, locking the door at all times. I took a small hunting knife from my backpack, something for protection, though I hoped I'd never have to use it. I kept a flashlight and extra batteries close by. Each night, I double-checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. The third night was the worst. I had fallen asleep early, exhausted from hiking and gathering firewood. Around midnight, I woke to a sound outside. Soft, almost like someone moving through the underbrush. My heart pounded. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it out the window. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the thick trees and bushes, but I saw nothing. Then I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A deliberate, slow scraping noise, like someone dragging something across the ground near the cabin. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. Then I heard faint footsteps retreating back into the woods. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe an animal dragging a branch. But that didn't explain the deliberate way the sound moved, or the footsteps. Someone had been outside my cabin. I sat up all night, clutching the knife and shining my flashlight out the window every few minutes. I didn't hear anything else, but I didn't sleep. The next day, I found more signs. The cabin's front steps were scratched deeply, as if someone had clawed at the wood with their hands. More footprints, and they were definitely human. I had to face the truth. Someone was out there. Someone had found me. I thought about leaving immediately, but my car was too far. The forest was thick, and the path was hard to follow in the dark. I had no cell signal to call for help. I was truly alone, at the mercy of whoever or whatever was nearby. That afternoon, I gathered my courage and went outside to inspect the area carefully. I looked for anything unusual. The footprints went deeper into the forest, not just around the cabin. There were broken branches, trampled grass, and pieces of torn fabric snagged on a bush. The fabric was dark, heavy material like a jacket or coat. That made me nervous. Whoever was out there was close and careless. They left evidence behind. I started to wonder if it was someone camping nearby or maybe a hunter. But the way they had been so close to my cabin, and the scratching on the steps, felt threatening. I decided I had to prepare. I stacked firewood carefully to have plenty of fuel. I found an old axe behind the cabin, rusty but still sharp. I sharpened it with a stone I found nearby. It felt good to have a weapon I could trust. I also made sure to keep a large pot of water boiling on the stove. Drinking water was limited, and I needed to stay hydrated and alert. I rationed my food carefully, only eating enough to keep my energy up. As the days passed, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see a figure standing just beyond the tree line. I kept the lights low at night so I wouldn't be visible from outside. I slept with the door locked and the axe beside my bed. One evening, I noticed something odd near the edge of the clearing. A crude trap made from a noose of rope tied between two trees. It looked like something set to catch an animal, but it was too close to the cabin. I felt a cold wave of fear. Whoever was out there wasn't just wandering. They were hunting. That night, I barely slept. I sat by the fire with the axe in my lap, listening to every sound. A sudden snap of a twig, a rustle in the leaves, the distant howl of a coyote. All normal forest sounds, but now they made me jump. On the fifth day, the trap was gone. I found the rope cut hanging loose. Someone had been there close enough to take it down. It felt like a warning. I didn't know if it was meant to scare me or if they were getting bolder. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, the knife, the axe, and a flashlight. I planned to leave at first light. I knew it was dangerous to stay, but the thought of hiking alone through thick woods in the dark terrified me more. I hoped to make it back to my car and drive away before dark. That night, I stayed awake, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps outside the cabin again. Louder this time, slow, deliberate. They circled the cabin once, then stopped near the door. I held my breath. The footsteps moved away slowly, fading into the night. I waited a long time, afraid to move or make a sound. Morning came, gray and cold. I opened the door carefully and stepped outside. There were fresh footprints leading from the edge of the woods to the door and back again. No sign of anyone now. I grabbed my bag and started the hike back to my car. The forest was thick, the path overgrown. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see someone following, but I saw nothing. The hike took longer than I expected. My legs burned, My breath came in gasps. I could hear birds and small animals moving, but no people. Finally, I reached the clearing where my car was parked. Relief washed over me like a wave. I opened the door and got inside, locking it behind me. The engine started on the first try. I pulled out onto the dirt road and headed back toward civilization. On the drive back, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing among the trees. But the woods were empty. When I got home, I called the local ranger station. I told them about the footprints and the trap near the cabin. They said others had reported strange activity in the area recently. People camping illegally, poachers, maybe some hunters breaking the rules. They promised to send a patrol next time they were near. I never went back to that cabin. The peace I wanted was shattered by the presence of someone who shouldn't have been there, someone dangerous and unpredictable. I learned that nature is not always a safe escape. Sometimes the scariest thing in the woods is another person. It was late October when I decided to get away for a while. I had been working long hours for months, barely sleeping, barely eating properly, and I could feel myself slipping into something close to a breakdown. I needed silence. I needed isolation. I needed to reset. I didn't want beaches or tourist cabins. I wanted real, full isolation. So I rented an old hunting cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. I found it on a strange corner of the internet, a post with a few photos and some simple text. Off-grid cabin, no power, no water, very remote. 4x4 required. Bring everything. That was exactly what I wanted. I packed up everything I thought I might need: tools, a hatchet, propane, canned food, sleeping bag, extra blankets, flashlight, lantern, water containers, and a solar charger for my phone, even though I expected no signal. I also brought a pistol just to feel safer. I didn't expect trouble, but something about being out there so far alone made me feel better with it. The drive took a full day. The last hour was on a narrow trail of mud and rock that wound upward through dense trees. I had to switch to four-wheel drive and go slow, real slow. The sun was setting by the time I arrived. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures. Old, small, gray from years of weather, with a metal roof, one door, and two small windows. No steps, just a dirt path up to the threshold. There was an old fire pit out front, mostly overgrown. Behind it, the forest went on for what looked like miles. Inside, it was cold and smelled of dust and dry wood. It had a single room with a cot, a small wood stove, shelves full of random old supplies, and a table with a couple chairs. Mice had clearly gotten in at some point. I found droppings in the corners. I swept them out, opened a few windows to air the place, and got to work starting a fire. I had brought dry wood and kindling just in case, and I was glad I did. The stove lit up easily, and soon the inside was warm enough to take my jacket off. That first night, I slept deeply. No traffic, no phones, no buzzing electricity. Just the crackle of fire and the sound of wind pushing through the trees. When I woke up, it was almost noon, and for the first time in months, I felt rested. I spent the first 2 days hiking the area, clearing my head, eating simple meals, and chopping wood from fallen trees. I set up a kind of routine. Wake up late, heat can coffee, stretch, maybe walk the ridge to the north where you could just barely see snow-capped mountains in the distance. Then I'd gather wood, cook something, read by lantern light, and go to sleep. It was peaceful, more peaceful than I expected. But on the third night, something changed. I woke up around 2 in the morning, suddenly and completely alert. I didn't hear anything at first, just the low hum of the wind. Then I heard it, a crunch, a single step, came from outside, not an animal scurrying. It was too heavy. It sounded like a footstep. Then I heard another. I sat up in the cot, my heart already racing. The fire had gone low. I grabbed my flashlight and pistol and crept toward the window. I didn't turn on the light yet. I just waited. Another step, then another, each one slow, measured, like someone was walking a circle around the cabin. My stomach tightened. I stayed completely still. Then nothing. Silence for at least 5 full minutes. I finally turned on the flashlight and looked out the window. Just trees. No movement. No sound. I stood like that for almost half an hour, waiting to hear anything again. But nothing happened. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found a few prints in the mud, half-dried. They looked like boots. Human. Definitely not mine. I checked the trail down the mountain, and sure enough, I saw more prints going into the woods. No vehicle tracks, just prints. I thought about leaving right then, but I told myself maybe it was just a hunter. Maybe someone had stumbled onto the cabin and moved on. It was remote, but not impossible for someone else to be nearby. Still, I kept the pistol closer that day. I stayed near the cabin and watched the woods carefully. Nothing happened, but that night I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining those footsteps, just slow steps around the cabin. I kept replaying them in my head. I left the lantern on and stayed awake most of the night, finally dozing off around dawn. The next day, I was exhausted. I decided to hike to a small ridge I hadn't explored yet, just to shake off the nerves. I made sure to bring the pistol, plenty of water, and my compass. I marked the cabin's direction clearly. The woods were thick, no trails, just fallen logs, moss, and bramble. About a mile in, I noticed something strange. A tree stump that looked freshly cut. The wood inside was still yellow and clean. Then I saw another, and another. Someone had been chopping out here recently. Not months ago, days. There was even a pile of cut logs stacked near a big boulder. I looked around for a camp, but found none. Just signs of work. But I didn't hear a chainsaw or axe. Nothing. It was dead quiet. I turned back quickly. Something about it felt off. If someone was living out here, they were hiding it. And hiding it well. That night, I locked the cabin door with a chain and a metal bracket I had brought just in case. I jammed a chair under the handle. I didn't care if it was overkill. I just needed sleep. I fell asleep just past midnight. At 3:17 a.m., I woke up again. My eyes opened like they had been waiting. There was no sound, but then I heard it. A dragging noise, not footsteps. A slow, steady drag across the cabin wall outside. I held my breath. It moved from the back wall toward the front. Then silence. I reached for the pistol and stood slowly. I didn't dare turn on the light. I stayed still for 10 minutes. Nothing. Then I heard a very quiet creak. The porch. Just one sound. Then silence. I stayed awake until the sun rose. When I opened the door, I saw it clearly. A mark on the cabin's back wall. A long, thin scratch through the weathered wood. It went almost 10 feet. Whatever made it pressed hard enough to leave a deep groove. I looked for prints but found none. Just the scratch. That day I packed. I didn't care about peace or rest anymore. Something was off. Not supernatural. Not magical. Just wrong. I loaded the truck and left by mid-morning. I didn't even bother to clean up. I just left. The drive back down the trail was slow and rough, and I kept checking the rear view. I didn't relax until I hit pavement. When I got back to cell service, I opened the site where I found the cabin to leave a warning. But the listing was gone. Deleted. No history. Nothing in my browser either. I tried searching by the photos I had saved. Reverse image search showed nothing. It was like the cabin had never been listed. I tried to find any reference to cabins in that area. Forums, message boards, maps. Nothing matched. It didn't make sense. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept thinking of those slow footsteps, the scratch on the wall, the fresh wood piles. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Something was out there, someone who didn't want to be found. The thing is, nothing actually happened to me. I was never attacked. No one came inside, but that somehow made it worse. It meant whoever it was had time, patience. They didn't need to rush. They were just watching. That thought still sits with me. It's been nearly a year since then. I haven't gone back into the woods. I don't camp anymore. I don't hike unless it's on a busy trail. And I don't ever stay where I can't see other people nearby. I learned something on that trip. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about people. About the ones who hide so well, who live just outside what the rest of us consider normal. Who watch quietly from the trees and know the forest better than we ever will. I got lucky. I left before something happened. I still don't know what was out there, and I don't want to. I don't need answers. I just know I won't ever go that far into the wilderness again. Some places are peaceful because they're untouched. Others are quiet because something made them that way. I never thought I would end up in a situation like this. I've always been the type of person who enjoyed being alone, especially in nature. I never liked the city much. Too many people, too many sounds, and too many distractions. The forest always felt different, peaceful, quiet. I used to hike a lot when I was younger, but as I got older and busier with work, I stopped going as much. So when I had a chance to take some time off from my job at the hardware store, I decided to get away for a few days. I didn't want anything fancy or expensive. I wasn't looking for some Airbnb cabin with Wi-Fi and hot tubs. I wanted something basic and quiet, far from the road, and preferably off-grid. After searching around, I found a listing online for a small hunting cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. The guy renting it said it hadn't been used in a while but had everything I needed: a bed, a wood stove, and a working pump for water. Sounded perfect. The drive up there took most of the day. I left early in the morning and reached the edge of the forest by late afternoon. I had to park my truck off a gravel road and hike in the rest of the way. It wasn't too bad, maybe a mile or so through some thick woods. The path was narrow and overgrown, and at times it was hard to tell if I was still going the right way. But eventually I saw the cabin. It was exactly what I pictured: a small, weathered wooden structure with a slanted metal roof. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside it was musty and cold, but it looked solid. There was a small table, a single bed, a wood stove in the corner, and a few old cabinets against the wall. There was no electricity, just a few oil lamps. The water pump was about 20 feet from the cabin, and it still worked, though it took a few tries to get it going. The first night was peaceful. I started a fire in the stove using some of the old firewood stacked outside. The warmth filled the room slowly, and the smell of burning wood reminded me of camping trips from when I was a kid. I ate some canned soup and bread, read a bit from the book I brought, and turned in early. The silence out there was like nothing I ever heard before. Not even the hum of distant cars or planes. Just the wind through the trees. The second day was cold but clear. I spent most of it hiking around the area. There were no marked trails, so I just wandered. The woods were dense and quiet, the kind of place where your footsteps sound much louder than usual. I found a small stream and followed it for a while before turning back. On the way back, I marked a few trees with my knife so I wouldn't get lost. That night, something felt different. I can't explain it. I went to bed like before, after eating and reading a bit. The fire in the stove had died down, and I was wrapped in 2 blankets. But I couldn't fall asleep. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. The quiet that had felt so calming before now felt heavy, like something was missing, like the forest was holding its breath. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight. I woke up later. I don't know what time it was. The fire was out, and the room was freezing. But that's not what woke me up. It was a sound. Something faint from outside. It was hard to tell, but it sounded like something moving through the brush. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer maybe, but then it stopped. Total silence again. I waited for a while, trying to hear it again, but nothing happened. Eventually, I pulled the blankets tighter and went back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I checked around the cabin, but I didn't see anything. No tracks, no broken branches. I figured it was just my imagination, maybe a raccoon or something. The next 2 days were uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to enjoy my time. I hiked more, cooked meals, chopped some firewood. But at night, that feeling of being watched got stronger. I started waking up at odd times, always around the same hour, always feeling like something had just moved outside. I never saw anything, but the feeling was there. On the 4th night, I heard it again. This time it was clearer. Something crunching in the snow just outside the cabin. Then, a faint thud against the wall. Not loud, just enough to make my blood run cold. I sat up in bed and held my breath. There was nothing for a long time. Then another faint sound, like someone brushing against the wooden wall. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening. Nothing else happened. In the morning, I finally went outside to check. And this time, I found something. Footprints. Not animal tracks. Boot prints. Clear ones in the fresh snow. They came from the trees and stopped right at the wall near where I heard the sound. Then they turned and went back the way they came. They didn't lead to my cabin from any trail or road, just from the woods. I don't know why I didn't leave right then. Part of me was scared, but part of me was stubborn. I told myself it could have been an old hiker trail. Maybe someone was out hunting. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. There were no other cabins nearby, no parked trucks on the road. And who walks through the woods at 3 in the morning just to touch a wall? That day, I kept my knife on me. I didn't go far from the cabin. I kept looking over my shoulder, watching the trees. I kept the fire going constantly. I even brought a few extra logs inside, just in case. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner with my back to the wall, facing the door, holding the knife. I kept one of the oil lamps lit. Hours passed. The flame flickered. The wind blew, but nothing happened until just before dawn. It started with the crunching sound again. Slow, deliberate. I didn't move. I just listened. Then came the knock. Not on the door. On the wall again. 2 slow taps. Then silence. Then 2 more. I held my breath, not sure if I should shout or run. My hands were sweating. Then the footsteps started again, this time moving around the cabin. Slowly. One side, then the other. Then they stopped at the door. For a long time, there was nothing, just silence. Then the doorknob moved, turned slowly, then stopped. No one knocked. No one said anything. Just the slow turning of the handle, then nothing. I stayed frozen for what felt like an hour. When daylight finally started coming through the gaps in the wood, I moved to the door and threw it open. No one, just trees. I looked down. Fresh prints, right up to the door, standing there, then turning around and disappearing back into the woods. I packed everything as fast as I could. I didn't eat, didn't clean up. I just stuffed my gear into my pack, put out the fire, and left. I kept the knife in my hand the whole time. The hike back to my truck felt longer than before. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow looked like someone standing there. When I finally saw my truck, I felt like crying. I got in and drove. I didn't look back. I drove until I was back on paved roads. Then I pulled over and sat there for a long time, just breathing. I didn't go back. I didn't call the guy who rented it to me. I didn't leave a review. I just tried to forget it. But I can't, because someone was out there. Someone knew I was alone. And for 3 nights in a row, they walked out of the forest just to let me know they were there. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it. I think about how isolated that cabin was, how no one would have heard me scream, how whoever it was never tried to break in. They just watched, came close enough to scare me but didn't do anything else. And that's what still scares me the most, because it wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a random person who got lost. It was someone who knew exactly what they were doing, someone who had done it before, and maybe someone who would do it again. I needed a break from everything. The constant buzz of city life, the long hours at work, the people, the traffic, the lights that never went off. I'd always been the kind of person who could handle a lot, but lately even I had started to crack. I wasn't sleeping right, couldn't focus, and I was getting short with people I cared about. So I took a week off and drove north to the mountains. I planned a solo hike that would take about 5 days, deep into a stretch of forest I hadn't explored before. I found it on a quiet hiking forum. People posted old routes, backcountry trails, sometimes abandoned fire roads. I pieced together a loop that started near an old service trail and dipped far into the hills. There were no official campsites, no marked maps, no nearby towns. Just raw forest, rivers, and sky. The first 2 days were what I needed. I walked long hours through the woods, barely speaking out loud except when I needed to check in with myself. I carried enough food, water purification tabs, a good sleeping bag, and gear to last. It rained once, just a short sprinkle, and I didn't see another person the whole time. The trail was steep in some places and washed out in others, but that was fine with me. I liked the challenge. Cleared my head. On the third afternoon, clouds started to gather again. This time they were thick and heavy. The air had that stillness before a serious storm. I had just climbed a ridge when I felt the wind shift, cold and fast. I checked my map and GPS. There was a river down in the next valley and a rough path that might take me to it, but no real shelter marked. That's when I saw the roof. It was mostly covered by trees and moss, but definitely there, angled, wooden, with one side of shingles missing. I followed a small path off the main trail and stepped into what looked like a clearing a long time ago. The grass was knee-high and yellowed, the ground littered with fallen branches. Then the cabin appeared. It was old, maybe a hunting cabin or ranger shelter from decades ago. The walls were dark wood, dried out and cracked in places. The windows were dusty but unbroken. The front door was closed but not locked. I knocked once just in case. No sound came from inside. I pushed it open slowly. The inside smelled like old wood and dry rot. Dust floated in the air, thick in the beams of light coming through the window cracks. There was one room, with a wood stove in the corner, a broken table, and a bench under the window. A small ladder led up to a loft that overlooked the room, but it was dark up there. I flicked on my flashlight and shined it toward the loft. It looked empty. I stepped in and shut the door behind me. The storm hit minutes later. Rain slammed the roof like it was trying to break in. Thunder cracked over the trees and wind howled through the walls. I was lucky to be inside. I set down my pack and stretched. The place was dry and mostly safe. It had an eerie quiet, but I chalked that up to the weather and the fact I'd been alone for days. I pulled out my water filter and started refilling bottles from a big metal pot I found in the corner. It was full of rainwater and not too gross. I walked around the cabin, checking it more closely. There were old hunting magazines stuffed on a shelf and a tin box with some rusted tools. I found a moldy sleeping bag in the loft, crumpled in one corner like someone left in a hurry. I didn't want to touch it. When the rain didn't let up by late afternoon, I figured I'd sleep there. Better than getting soaked or risking a fall on wet rocks. I laid out my sleeping pad on the wooden floor near the stove and ate some granola and jerky. Then I unrolled my bag, took off my boots, and lay back, listening to the storm. I didn't fall asleep right away. The wind screamed now and then, making the walls creak. But eventually I dozed off. It was sometime after midnight when I woke up. I don't know what made me open my eyes. Maybe a sound or the way the wind suddenly died down. Everything was still, too still. I sat up slowly in my sleeping bag. The cabin was dark. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut across the room, soft and yellow. Nothing had moved. The stove, the table, the ladder, all where I left them. But I had the feeling someone was watching me. My skin crawled with that invisible tension, like being followed in a dark alley. I stood and looked toward the loft. My light couldn't quite reach the far end of it. The blanket was still there, crumpled. I climbed the ladder quietly, heart pounding for no reason I could explain. When I got to the top, I swept the light across the space. Empty. Just the moldy bag, a crushed can, and old wrappers. Still, the feeling wouldn't go. I climbed down, checked the door. It was still latched, and sat on the bench under the window. I stared into the woods, which were pitch black now. I told myself it was just nerves. Storms can mess with your head. Eventually, I crawled back into my bag and tried to sleep again. That's when I heard the sound. It was soft, a shuffle, not outside but inside. Somewhere above me, I froze. Came again. A slow scrape, like someone dragging a foot across wood. From the loft, I held my breath. I had just checked the loft. I had just been up there. The noise stopped. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on again. My hand was shaking a little. I aimed the beam at the ladder and started to climb again, step by slow step. Each rung creaked under my weight. My pulse was loud in my ears. At the top, I poked my head into the loft. Nothing, but the blanket had moved. It wasn't bunched up like before. It was now laid flat, partly unfolded, like someone had tried to lie under it. I backed down the ladder quickly, not turning my back on the loft. Once on the floor, I grabbed my knife and kept the flashlight in my other hand. I sat against the far wall and waited for something to happen. I waited for hours. No more noises, no more movement. When dawn came, the rain had stopped. Light crept in through the dirty windows. I packed my gear fast. I had no explanation. Maybe an animal? A raccoon? But that shuffle had weight behind it. It wasn't light like a critter. It was something heavier, human. I left the cabin as soon as I could. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't refill my water. I just got out. Back on the trail, the forest looked normal again. The trees dripped with leftover rain and the ground was slick. I walked for hours. I passed a creek, stopped only long enough to drink, and kept going. I wanted distance between me and that place. Late that afternoon, I found a dry spot under an outcrop of rock and set up my tent. I finally ate. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept checking behind me, listening for twigs snapping, but nothing came. I barely slept that night either. The next day, I took a different trail back. One that was longer but went around the cabin valley. I wanted no part of that place again. On the 5th day, I made it back to my car. It was untouched, just dusty from sitting. I threw my pack in the back seat and drove away without even changing out of my hiking clothes. My phone lit up with texts and missed calls as I got closer to town, but I ignored them. That night, back in my apartment, I finally let myself think about what had happened. I opened my pack to air things out and found something I hadn't packed. It was a folded piece of paper, stuffed into the side pocket I hadn't used the whole trip. No writing, just a rough drawing of the cabin, and a stick figure inside, lying on the floor, just like I had been. I stared at it for a long time. That's when it clicked. Someone had been in the cabin with me, not above me in the loft. Under me, there had been a hatch I didn't check, a trapdoor under the stove. I remembered seeing a metal ring flush with the floor. I thought it was part of the stove or maybe a broken pipe. But now I knew. Someone had been hiding down there the whole time, and they'd come out after I went to sleep. They'd watched me, maybe stood over me, maybe left that note in my bag while I was frozen in fear, thinking they were above me. I didn't sleep for days after that. I filed a report with the local sheriff's department and gave them the GPS location of the cabin. They didn't find anyone, but they found signs that someone had been living there recently. Footprints in the dirt under the cabin, a bedroll, empty cans, a small trapdoor hidden under the wood stove. Just like I remembered, they told me people sometimes squat in old places out in the woods. Off-grid types, people hiding from something. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. Other times they don't. I was lucky, they said. I didn't feel lucky. I stopped hiking solo for a long time after that. When I finally went again, I stuck to marked trails and official campsites. And I never, ever slept in an abandoned cabin again. It started as a break from everything. I had been working nonstop for years, and my body was finally showing signs of burnout. My back ached all the time, I barely slept, and I had developed a short temper. My doctor said I needed rest, real rest, away from work, away from people, away from screens. So I found a small cabin in the woods, about 3 hours away from the city. It was listed on a site that offered remote vacation homes. It didn't have Wi-Fi and cell reception was spotty. That was exactly what I wanted. The pictures looked peaceful. A one-room wooden cabin, surrounded by thick trees, with a tiny lake nearby. No neighbors, no roads in sight, just nature. I packed simple supplies. A cooler full of basic food, a few gallons of water, some instant coffee, canned soup, granola bars, matches, a flashlight, a hatchet, a folding chair, a thick sleeping bag, and a few books I never got around to reading. The cabin was advertised as having solar power for a few lights and a gas stove. No TV, no internet, no distractions. Just 4 days to myself. The drive there was long but not difficult. After the highway, I took a narrow, winding road that eventually turned into gravel. My small car shook a bit, but it made it through. I followed the email directions since GPS had stopped working about 20 minutes earlier. The forest grew denser as I drove. Tall pines and bare-barked birch trees lined the road. The sky dimmed even though it was only 3 p.m. I reached the cabin just as the sun began to dip behind the trees. It was even smaller in person, but it looked solid. The logs were weathered but well-maintained. The front porch sagged slightly, and the wooden steps creaked when I walked on them. There was no lock on the door, just a sliding bolt. Inside was a bed, a small table, 2 chairs, a shelf with a few pots and pans, and a small bathroom with a composting toilet. I checked everything, made sure the stove worked, and unpacked. Then I sat outside on the porch, listening to the forest. It was quiet, not silent, but not loud either. I heard birds, wind in the leaves, and the occasional snapping of twigs. I felt the tension in my chest loosen for the first time in weeks. I made a simple dinner, heated soup on the stove, and ate outside. That night, I read for a few hours by a solar lantern, then went to bed early. The first night was uneventful, but I woke up a few times. The forest made unfamiliar noises. At one point, I heard what I thought was a large branch falling, and another time I could swear I heard something moving through the leaves just outside. I kept telling myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. On the second day, I explored the area. There was a trail behind the cabin that led downhill to the lake. It was maybe a 15-minute walk. The lake was small, with still water that reflected the trees like glass. I saw no signs of people, no trash, no footprints, no docks or boats. I sat by the water for a while, then walked around its edge. I found a few animal tracks, but nothing alarming. That night, I felt more on edge. The noises seemed louder. Something about them felt different, like there was more movement than before. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I wasn't used to the wilderness. Still, I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking I heard footsteps. Not regular, not rhythmic, just occasional crunching in the leaves. I kept the hatchet near the bed, just in case. On the third day, things changed. I noticed footprints near the cabin. They weren't mine. I had boots with a unique tread, and these prints were flatter, almost like sneakers. At first, I thought maybe someone had been here before I arrived, but they were fresh. The soil was soft from a drizzle the night before, and these prints were clean. They went around the side of the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I felt a pit in my stomach. My brain tried to reason through it. Maybe a hiker got lost. Maybe someone else rented the cabin before and left late. Maybe it was nothing, but I started locking the bolt on the door, even during the day. I kept the hatchet closer. That evening, I skipped the lake. I stayed near the cabin, chopping small branches and piling them up near the porch for a small fire. I figured fire would help me feel safer. I made a little campfire in a ring of stones and sat there until it burned out. I kept the flashlight on my lap the entire time. I slept light that night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of tapping on the wall. Not loud, not fast, just a slow, deliberate tap, tap, tap. I held my breath, listening. It stopped. A few minutes later, it came again on a different wall. I sat up, straining to hear. Then silence. I stayed like that for over an hour, waiting. I didn't hear anything else. I finally drifted off just before dawn. The fourth day, I decided to leave early. I had planned to stay until the 5th day, but my gut told me it was time to go. I packed everything quickly, keeping one eye on the forest. As I loaded the car, I noticed something hanging from the porch. It was a dead squirrel, tied by its tail to the overhang. Its eyes were gone. I froze. That wasn't an animal. That wasn't weather. Someone had done that. I got in the car and left without looking back. I drove fast, skidding on the gravel. When I hit the paved road, I didn't stop until I reached a gas station with a signal. I checked the cabin listing, but it was gone. The link said the page didn't exist. I never got any follow-up emails from the host, and when I tried to reply to the original listing email, it bounced back. The site said they had no record of my rental. I contacted my bank, and the charge for the rental was listed as something generic, just online services. I reported it to the sheriff's office in the nearby town. They said they'd check it out, but I never heard back. When I followed up a few weeks later, they said they found a cabin in the general area, but nothing unusual. It was abandoned, and they didn't see any signs of recent activity. That was 6 months ago. I still think about it all the time. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know someone was near that cabin, watching me. I haven't gone camping since. I sold the gear. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked. I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear tapping on the wall. But I got out. I listened to my instincts, and I left before anything worse happened. That's the only comfort I have. I don't think I'll ever know the full story, but I trust my gut now, and I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I always thought I was the kind of person who could survive anything. I spent most of my weekends hiking local trails. I'd taken basic wilderness survival courses, and I wasn't afraid of being alone. So when I came across an online listing for a remote cabin in northern Montana that offered a true solo survival experience, with no electricity, no running water, and no cell service, I booked it without hesitation. It was marketed as a week-long survival retreat for people who wanted to test themselves. Bring your own gear, food, and water filtration tools. The cabin was small, no neighbors for miles, deep in the woods, and only accessible by foot or ATV. No check-ins. No one would bother me. Sounded perfect. The listing gave a GPS coordinate and advised parking near a trailhead, then hiking in with everything I needed. The company left the cabin open for people to use on a reservation basis, and they warned that weather could change fast up there. They recommended a satellite communicator, but I didn't own one. I figured if anything really went wrong, I could hike back to my truck. It was only 6 miles from the cabin. I packed my gear carefully. Dehydrated meals, a camp stove, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, a heavy-duty sleeping bag, layers of clothing, a hatchet, a folding saw, a headlamp with extra batteries, and my journal. I brought my hunting knife, a steel pot for boiling water, and a bear-proof food container. I even had a compass and paper maps in case my GPS failed. The hike in was peaceful. Early October in Montana meant the leaves were already turning and the air had a bite to it, especially in the morning. I parked at a small dirt pull-off near the trailhead just after sunrise. There were no other cars around. The sky was clear, pale blue, and it felt like the edge of the world. It took me a few hours to get to the cabin, the trail winding deeper into dense pine forest. The air smelled like damp earth and sap. It was so quiet I could hear my own footsteps echo. The cabin sat in a small clearing. It looked exactly like the pictures, weathered, log-built, with a slanted roof and a tiny chimney. There was a woodpile outside, a hand pump near a stream that was apparently not safe to drink from directly, and a narrow porch with a broken chair. Inside, it was one room, cot in the corner, a table, a chair, a wood-burning stove, no insulation, no windows big enough to let in much light, just a door and a tiny shuttered window above the cot. The walls were covered in scratches and faded graffiti from previous visitors. I dropped my pack, stretched out my back, and felt good. This was exactly what I wanted. That first day was spent getting settled. I unpacked my supplies and checked out the area around the cabin. The stream ran about 50 yards behind the place, winding between thick trees and boulders. I found a decent flat rock to use for water boiling. I spent time chopping a bit of extra wood and stacking it near the stove. The place got cold quickly when the sun started to go down. The first night, I lit a small fire inside, cooked up some instant rice and beans, and curled up in my sleeping bag on the cot. The wind outside howled a little, branches tapping the roof, but I felt warm and proud. By the second day, I'd started to fall into a rhythm. I'd wake with the sun, hike a bit, purify water, chop wood, maybe write in my journal. No screens, no messages, no noise. I was alone with my thoughts, which was the whole point. I kept track of time by the sun and estimated hours based on my internal clock. The firewood kept the cabin just warm enough at night. Things didn't start to feel wrong until the third day. I woke that morning with the feeling that I hadn't been alone the night before. Not that I'd heard anything. I hadn't. But I noticed something small. A branch near the firewood pile was snapped in half. Not cleanly, like from weight. It looked like it had been broken by hand. Or paw. I told myself it could have been an animal. Probably a deer or a raccoon. I looked around but didn't see any tracks. Still, I reminded myself I was in the wilderness. Of course, animals would come by. That day, I did a longer hike to a ridge about a mile west of the cabin. I brought my gear and filtered some water from a shallow pool. I didn't see a single person, not even signs of one. No planes overhead, no distant voices, just the wind and birds. I stayed out longer than usual, probably 4 or 5 hours, and when I got back, the first thing I noticed was the chair on the porch had fallen over. At first, I thought the wind might have knocked it down, but the trees blocked most gusts, and it had survived the previous nights just fine. Still, I picked it up, told myself I was being jumpy, and went inside. That night, it felt colder than before. I had the fire going, my sleeping bag zipped tight, but I kept waking up. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I heard a sound outside, just once, a single dull thud. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. It didn't come again. I thought maybe it was a branch falling or something shifting in the trees, but I stayed awake a long time, just listening. By morning, I was tired but trying to shake off the anxiety. I decided to chop more wood and distract myself. That's when I saw what looked like a partial footprint in the soft dirt near the back corner of the cabin. It was faint, but it looked like the heel of a boot. Not mine. I wore trail shoes with a specific tread pattern, and this wasn't it. It was bigger, too. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, checking for more prints, but found nothing else. The trees nearby were so dense that anything, or anyone, could have passed through without leaving much sign. That evening, I triple-checked the latch on the door. I kept the fire small to avoid drawing too much attention. I barely slept. Day 5 was when things really turned. I left early to hike east toward a small lake the map showed. I wanted to wash up a bit and maybe catch a glimpse of wildlife. The hike took me several hours. It was peaceful. The lake was still, surrounded by mist and silence. I filled my pot with water, filtered it carefully, and sat there for a long time, soaking in the peace. When I returned to the cabin just after noon, the door was wide open. My pack had been rifled through. My sleeping bag was unzipped and half off the cot. My food container, my bear-proof, seal-tight container, was lying open on the floor. Nothing was taken as far as I could tell, but someone had been inside. The only tracks I could see were my own. The dirt was too packed. The wind had kicked up during the day, but it was clear to me now, this wasn't an animal. This was someone. I spent the rest of the day on edge, gathering rocks and branches to barricade the door. I moved the cot away from the window and set up a few makeshift alarms, small cans and cords, so I'd hear if someone moved near the door during the night. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every creak of the walls made my heart race. The wind sounded like footsteps. I lay there, clutching my knife, sweat soaking my shirt even though the fire was out and the cabin was cold. Around 3 a.m., one of the cans near the door clinked. Just once. I didn't move. I held my breath. Nothing else happened. I waited, counting seconds, then minutes. No more sounds. I didn't go to the door. I couldn't bring myself to. I stayed frozen until dawn light leaked through the window. When I finally opened the door, everything looked normal. The cans were slightly shifted, like something had nudged the line but hadn't crossed it. But nothing was stolen. No one was there. That was my 6th day. I had planned to stay 7. I made the decision to leave that morning. I packed my gear in silence. My hands shook as I tightened the straps on my bag. I doused the fireplace, checked the maps, and started the long hike back to my truck. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way. The forest felt different now, less peaceful, more watching. When I reached the trailhead, my truck was still there. No damage, no sign of anyone. I unlocked it with shaking fingers and drove for 2 straight hours before stopping. That was 3 months ago. I haven't told many people what happened. Some would say it was just paranoia, isolation playing tricks on me. But I know someone was out there. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone who didn't want company. Maybe someone who didn't expect me to notice. I don't think they wanted to hurt me, but they wanted me gone. And I listened. I never went back. And I never will. It was the middle of October when I decided to take a week off and stay in a cabin out in the woods. I've been working nonstop for the past 8 months, and it was starting to mess with my head. Long hours, no sleep, no real breaks. I needed to get away from people, from work, from everything. I found a small, off-grid cabin online that was about 3 hours from where I lived. It looked old and quiet, exactly what I needed. The drive up was peaceful. The roads were mostly empty, winding through hills and forests that were turning all shades of red and orange. I stopped once for gas and snacks, then didn't see another car for the rest of the way. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was late afternoon. The place was smaller than I expected, but solid. Made of old dark wood, with a steep metal roof and a tiny front porch. There was no one around, not even other cabins nearby. It was just me and the trees. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No cars, no voices, not even birds. Just the wind rustling the leaves. I carried my bags inside and looked around. The cabin had one room for everything: bed, small kitchen, a table, a fireplace, and a bathroom in the back. The furniture was basic but clean. There was a small wood-burning stove for heat and a few stacks of logs next to it. I spent the first evening settling in. I unpacked, made some soup on the stove, then sat outside on the porch with a blanket and just stared into the woods. I didn't realize how badly I needed silence until I had it. My phone barely had a signal, which was fine by me. I turned it off. I didn't want to be reachable. The first night was quiet. I slept better than I had in months. The bed was a little stiff, but I was too tired to care. I woke up once or twice to the sound of branches tapping against the side of the cabin, but I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next day, I woke up early, made coffee, and went for a walk along a trail I found behind the cabin. It seemed like no one had used it in a long time. Grass had started to grow over it in places. I walked for maybe an hour before turning back. Didn't see a single person. Over the next couple days, I settled into a routine. Wake up, make breakfast, go for a walk, come back and read or chop firewood. I started to feel better. The stress started to melt away. I even started to forget about work. I didn't even check the time anymore. The days were short though. By 5 or 6, it was already dark, and I was lighting candles or sitting by the fire. By the 4th night, things started to feel a little strange. It was nothing obvious, just small things. I thought I heard footsteps outside at one point, but when I looked through the window, there was nothing there. The woods looked the same as always, still and quiet. I figured it was an animal or maybe just the wind playing tricks, but the feeling didn't go away. I started noticing small changes. I'd leave the firewood stacked one way, and when I came back later, it was different. Not a lot, just slightly off. A log out of place. A boot that I'd left by the door moved a few inches. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd kicked it without noticing. On the 5th day, I decided to go further down the trail than before. I packed a small bag with water and snacks, brought a flashlight, and started walking. The trail wound through thicker woods, the trees starting to crowd closer together. The deeper I went, the more overgrown it got. After an hour or so, the trail split. One part curved downhill and the other seemed to lead toward a small ridge. I picked the ridge. It gave me a better view of the area. I figured I could rest there and then head back. When I reached the top, I saw something strange. Off in the distance, maybe a few hundred feet down a slope, was another cabin. It looked old, even older than the one I was staying in. The roof had partially caved in and the windows were broken. There were no paths leading to it. It looked like it had been forgotten for decades. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. Something about it felt wrong. I didn't want to get closer, but I also couldn't stop looking at it. Eventually, I turned back. It was getting late, and I didn't want to be out in the woods after dark. That night, I locked the door and pushed a chair under the handle. I don't know why. I'd never done that before. I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing noises outside, twigs snapping, soft shuffling sounds. At one point, I thought I heard breathing just outside the wall. I held my breath and stayed still. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I didn't move until the sun started to rise. When morning came, I checked around the cabin. I didn't see anything. No footprints, no signs of animals, nothing. But I knew something had been there. I could feel it. I decided to stay close to the cabin that day. I didn't go on the trail. I didn't even go past the porch. I kept the axe nearby and tried to act normal. That night was worse. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound like someone trying the doorknob. It was slow, careful, like they were testing it. I stayed in bed, heart pounding. After a minute, it stopped. Then I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps. I didn't dare move. The footsteps stopped near the window. I could hear breathing again, this time clearer. I wanted to grab the flashlight or the axe, but I couldn't move. After what felt like forever, the breathing stopped. The footsteps moved away, and everything went silent again. I didn't sleep at all after that. When morning came, I looked around again. Still no footprints, but I noticed something new. One of the logs from the firewood pile was placed right in front of the door, like someone had picked it up and set it there. It hadn't fallen. It was too carefully placed. That was the moment I knew I had to leave. I packed up everything as fast as I could. I didn't even eat. I threw my bags in the car and didn't look back. I drove straight home, heart racing the entire way. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow looked like something moving. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not right away. I told them I had a good trip, that it helped me relax. But the truth is, I haven't been the same since. I started locking all my doors and windows. I keep a bat by my bed. I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear someone outside. A few weeks later, I got curious and looked up the area where the cabin was. I found a few mentions of it online, people saying they used to hike there or stay in nearby cabins. But then I saw a post from someone who'd been out that way years ago. They mentioned finding an old abandoned cabin deep in the woods, just like the one I saw. And they said they felt like they were being watched the entire time. That sealed it for me. I wasn't imagining things. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know it was real. It was watching me. Maybe it was just some hermit living off-grid. Maybe it was someone who didn't want me there. I don't know, but I won't be going back. Ever. Now, when I think about that week, I remember the quiet and the peace, but it always ends with that sound. Slow footsteps on the porch, breathing outside the window, and a log carefully placed at the door like a message I still don't understand. It started with the need to get away. I was burned out from work, tired of the endless routine of waking up early, answering emails, dealing with clients, and going to bed just to repeat it all over again. My name's Evan, 32 years old, single, no kids. I had some savings and a few vacation days to use, so I booked a week off, packed my truck, and drove north out of the city. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I'd be in the mountains for a while, trying to clear my head. I found the cabin through an old listing online. It was about 2 hours past a small town called Meadow Ridge, in a part of the mountains I'd never explored before. The listing said the cabin was off-grid but came with solar panels, a rainwater collection system, and a wood stove. It seemed peaceful, surrounded by tall pines, far from the nearest road, the kind of place no one would bother me. That's what I wanted. Silence. I left early in the morning, the city still asleep behind me. I drove for hours, the roads getting smaller and rougher until I was on a dirt path cutting through thick woods. The GPS lost signal halfway there, but I had printed out directions and followed them carefully. The last stretch of the drive was slow, my tires crunching over rocks and dry leaves. When I saw the cabin, tucked between the trees, I felt a strange kind of relief. It looked old but sturdy, with a slanted metal roof and a small porch. There was a shed nearby and a rusted fire pit with some blackened logs. No neighbors, no cell service, just quiet. I spent the first day getting used to the space. I unloaded my gear, checked the solar power, which was working, and started a fire in the stove to take the edge off the cold. It was early October, and the air already felt sharp. I walked around the property a bit before sunset, noting the narrow trail that curved off behind the cabin and disappeared into the trees. The woods were thick, dense in a way that muffled sound. I couldn't hear birds or insects, just the occasional creak of a tree in the wind. That first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple dinner, read a bit by lantern light, and went to bed early. The bed was stiff but comfortable enough. I listened to the fire popping in the stove as I drifted off. No dreams. On the second day, I decided to explore. I followed the trail behind the cabin for about a mile. It twisted through the woods, barely wide enough to walk, with roots and fallen branches making it slow going. At one point, I found what looked like a collapsed structure, maybe an old hunting shack. It was half buried in leaves and moss. I didn't go inside. Something about it felt off, like it had been forgotten for a reason. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was already sinking. I made a fire outside and sat on the porch, watching the sky fade to black. The stars were bright, clearer than I'd ever seen them. I was sipping from a bottle of whiskey when I heard something in the woods. It wasn't loud, just a single crack like a branch snapping. Then silence. I froze, listening. Nothing. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, could have been anything. Still, I went inside and locked the door that night. On the third day, I woke up with a strange feeling. I couldn't explain it, just a tightness in my chest, like something wasn't right. I did my usual morning routine, boiled water for coffee, and stepped outside to breathe the cold air. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were faint, almost hidden by the fallen leaves, but they were there, coming up the trail from the woods, stopping near the cabin, then turning back. I knew they weren't mine. They were too narrow, too short, like a child's. I hadn't seen anyone since I left the main road. There were no other cabins, no cars, no signs of life. I spent the rest of the day on edge. I didn't leave the cabin. Every sound from the woods made me flinch. When night came, I made sure every window was shut and locked. I kept the fire burning and sat with my back against the wall, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard the knocking. It was slow and deliberate, coming from the front door. 3 knocks, then silence. I didn't move. My heart pounded in my ears. I waited, staring at the door. Another 3 knocks. Still slow, still steady. I picked up the axe I'd brought for splitting firewood and crept toward the door, staying silent. I didn't open it. I just stood there, holding my breath. After a while, the knocking stopped. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, I found nothing. No footprints, no marks on the door, no signs that anyone had been there. I started to think I was losing it. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. I considered leaving early, but something in me refused. I needed this time. I needed to finish what I started. Day 5 was cloudy. I barely saw the sun. I rationed my food, wrote in my journal, tried to stay calm. I didn't hear anything unusual during the day, but once it got dark, I started feeling watched. I don't mean that in a vague, paranoid way. I mean it felt like someone was standing just outside the range of my lantern, staring through the glass. I stayed up again, holding the axe, listening. There were no more knocks, but I heard movement. Branches breaking, leaves shifting, like someone circling the cabin. I didn't go out. I waited, barely blinking, until the first light came through the trees. The next day, I finally gave in. I packed my gear, loaded the truck, and decided to drive back to town. I'd had enough. I started the engine and began down the dirt road. About a mile from the cabin, I saw something in the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, but as I slowed down, I realized it was a person. A kid, standing perfectly still between 2 trees, wearing dark clothes. I stopped the truck and stared. They didn't move. I felt a wave of unease, but also a kind of sadness. If there really was a kid out here, they could be lost. I rolled down the window and called out, asking if they needed help. No answer. I stepped out of the truck, but before I could get close, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods. I chased after them, shouting, trying to follow the movement, but the forest swallowed them up. After a few minutes, I lost them completely. I stood there, breathing hard, surrounded by silence. I hiked back to the spot they'd been standing. On the ground, I found something strange. An old backpack, moldy and torn, half covered in leaves. I opened it. Inside were scraps of paper, some broken pencils, and a faded photograph. It showed a group of kids, maybe 10 or 12 years old, standing in front of a cabin. Not mine, but one that looked a lot like it. I took the photo and left the bag. I didn't want to be there anymore. Back in town, I asked around. No one had heard of a missing kid, but an older man at the gas station told me something odd. He said years ago, a group of kids had gone missing on a camping trip in that part of the mountains. They were never found. The forest, he said, had a way of keeping things. I didn't go back to the cabin. I sold the truck a month later and moved into an apartment in the city. I tried to forget, but I still have that photo. I keep it in a drawer under a stack of papers. I don't know why I keep it. Maybe to remind myself of how close I came to something I still don't fully understand. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't monsters. It was something worse, something real. People disappear all the time, and not every story has an explanation. Some places are just wrong. That cabin was one of them.